What day? Another agenda?
There's a bunch down. Where? On the table.
If you have anyone?
Okay. Stacy, would you do the roll call, please?
Yes. Chair Jones,
Here.
member Roberts was coming late, so member Farnwell here, member Duda here, member Benjamin,
Present.
member Pinsky.
Here.
Dave Gordon, Dave Church, myself, and then Greg will be joining us later with via Zoom. Oh, awesome.
Dave Roberts will be here, he just informed me he'd be late. And Peter is absent. Okay, first project, we're not gonna approve the minutes, by the way, they're not ready yet, even though we had it on the agenda, so we'll do it next time. First item is a lot line for John Roffe. Mr. Roffe, you wanna just sit up here at the table there? So this one is different. It was a lot line that was done back in 2023. Actually 2022, 23. And nobody can find either the signed decision, signed map, anything that would evidence the fact this had been done and approved by the planning board. It was approved by the planning board under a different chair. It's actually Lauren was chair at that time, so it goes back quite a bit. And in your agenda reference, there's a reference to it. And you could find it there. The minutes indicate that it was approved. I think it was unanimously. If you give me a second, I'll find the if anybody's interested, I'll find the actual date. So it was definitely approved. Just give me a second till I find it.
April 23rd, April 12th, I think.
April 12th. Hang on, I get it right here. Planning board meeting minutes of April 12th, 2023. So it was approved, but we just have no evidence of it. So when the applicant, Mr. Roffe, was asking his representative about the maps and asking about where's the approval, et cetera, nobody can find it. Town clerk doesn't have it, and they should have had a copy. So in any case, what I decided to do, rather than having Mr. Roffe back and reapply, so on and so forth, I just got an original decision that Lauren and the board at that time had approved. And that's what you have in your agenda documents online. You'll see there an approval document. And there's a paragraph on page 2, and stop me if I'm getting ahead of myself or ahead of you. There's a paragraph on page 2 that references this whole situation. It starts with the planning board finds that this application was originally approved on April 12th, 2023, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So what I'd like to simply do to save the applicant time and money. And he does live out of the country, so he's here for a couple of days. And that could be part of the problem. He got lost in the woodwork of back and forth. I don't know. But anyway, the paragraph explains what happened. So I'm just asking for the board, if you have any questions, go to the map, or we'll try to go to the minutes of 2023. But I'd like the board to approve it, and then I'll sign the maps that had been prepared, but they were just never signed.
In support of the application, I live on this road, I've been on this property. It's a no-brainer, there's a fire exit for the fire department, so there's no issue.
Okay. Anybody else? Alina, you have any?
No, I think I'm good.
Okay. Jen?
But what was, I'm sorry, what was the original action?
It was a lot line.
Yeah.
Okay.
Deletion.
Okay.
All right. Jen, anything?
No problem.
Zorian?
No.
So it's the standard approval. I will read that one particular paragraph. And then I'll just ask for your approval. The planning board finds that this application was originally approved on April 2023, under a former chair. The board notes that while the original draft decision and official meeting minutes confirming this approval remain on file, a signed copy of the final decision cannot be located. And as an aside, neither can any signed maps. Therefore, by vote of the board tonight, July 13th, 2026, the planning board hereby recertifies the April 2023 approval within the required time frame, subject to the final map being updated to include a current revision date and a map note above being physically affixed to the final map prior to the chair's signature. So, Mr. Roffe, and I'll give you this copy. All right, I won't sign this particular one. I'll sign one and the clerk will have it, the administrative assistant will have it. But you're gonna need to deal with your surveyor or your engineer. I forget her name,
Margaret Hillary.
Hillriger,
Yeah.
right? And she's the one that has to take care of getting these maps after I sign the maps, and I'll sign them tomorrow morning or tonight after the meeting's over. She has to take those signed maps and take them up to the county, get them signed
He's
by
gonna
the
do
county
that.
clerk,
He's gonna do it.
or you can do
This
it.
has been, I'm taking care of it.
All right, so if you need any instruction on how to do it, I'm around tomorrow, you can call the office, okay? So, anyway, just want to let you know, there's a couple of steps here,
Yeah, I have the deeds ready to go. As soon as you sign the maps, they'll be redated.
okay?
And I'll
You
take
know what,
care
I'll
of it.
sign it right here when we're finished with the vote, and I'll date it, I'll give you a copy.
No, the map. though, that's-
No, the
Decision.
map I'll do later, it takes a little bit of time, making sure that the notes are there.
Appreciate it.
So, I'll entertain a motion,
A second.
second, Jen, and then Hans, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye,
Thank
it's
you.
done.
Appreciate it.
All right, so let me just sign this decision. Today is the
13th.
13th. Let me sign another one for,
I have them.
tell you what,
A copy of it, but I can just give him one tomorrow.
okay,
When he's done, I'll give you one tomorrow when you get the maps.
I appreciate it.
okay, so you, thank you, Mr. Ruffe. Okay, Michael and Bonnie Herzog, are they here, or is there representatives here?
Yes,
Timothy McCabe?
right, thank you.
Okay. So there's a map in your pile for this. This is also a lot line. And it's appears to be an easy one. If you have the map in front of you, the middle line, you can see the lot line to be removed. You see that? And they're reestablishing the line to the left. Line to be established, so the long line is being moved to a shorter line off to the left of the map. And other than that, I'll let you guys talk, tell us what you're doing. And if the board has any questions, then we'll. So you want to just explain?
Sure, we're creating a house lot, taking a portion of the whole lot and making a small house lot out of it. And consolidating remainder area into the other parcel, which Mike also owns. And that's basically it.
Is there a house there already, or
There's a house on one lot, yep,
which one, the one up on top?
no, it'd be the bottom one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Stony Hill Road,
Okay,
no,
and both lots have available road frontage on Stony Kill Road?
no, only the one lot has frontage. The other lot has an easement, goes out to Stony Hill.
So the easement is over Medeski?
Right,
Do we have a copy of that easement?
only on the map, it's a filed map in the county, which we
Okay.
did a few years ago.
Okay. And this is the existing, this easement is existing?
Yes.
And, okay. All right, the board have any questions?
I do. I went through application, it says, it's,
Sharon, while you're doing that, Jen, do you have any questions?
So.
Sunset, I'm sorry.
Can I make a comment? This is a bigger comment. The drawing that was uploaded in Community Club, I think like it was,
Sideways.
yeah, so it was really hard to review this ahead of time, so I'm kind of digesting it.
It was very hard to review it.
Yeah.
This is a little clearer.
Yeah.
Modification says existing use and facility, at listing that story woodfront dwelling is in tax lot 76-4-3-5.2. But in reality, it's a part of the lot of 76-437. No, but they're describing now,
I see.
right now.
The existing.
Right, one comment, second comment, I have the numbering of the lot. Because we have typos. On the plan 76.3-37, it is not correct, it should be 76.4-3-7. Then the same thing. Listed access easements through tax lot 7633 in favor of tax lot 76.3, but should be 76.4
In the documentation.
in documentation and also on the plan itself. 76.3 should be 76.4.
Mr. McCabe, do you see that?
Yep.
All right, so the bottom lot. The bigger, what was the bigger lot now being made into the small lot? You got 76.3, it should be 76.4.
Right.
All right, and then the top one, you're saying that's correct. But you're saying that it's noted incorrectly someplace else?
It's up on off of Route 44. All the lots cited there,
Say that again.
they're not in the neighborhood where you're doing.
Right,
this.
right.
All the
So-
lot numbers are wrong.
Yes. And also 21 actually on county 76-332-3.21 on the county viewer is 210. And 76.4-3-5.2 is 200. So I don't know how it could be significant.
Wasn't the builder department check these things?
I think that I see 76.4-3. On that.
County viewer is a,
Dave is saying that these lots aren't even in,
yeah.
aren't.
The map, like the index map's correct, isn't it, Sorry?
The index map also has the comments, that there's a portion that across from Stony Hill Road has to be shaded there, it's not.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's just gotta get the map, the lot, sections, lot and lot numbers straightened out, that's it.
So you're saying that
Seven-
the numbers that they have
They're a little garbled.
are
Yeah.
off of 4455, not off of Stony Hill.
Yeah, 70, I don't know, sorry, in 76.3 is up on the ridge.
Okay, so that one we know is wrong. That's supposed to be 76.4.
All the lots that start
I think
76.3 are on the
76.4.
ridge.
Right.
Say that again.
76.4.
They say 76.4. Oh, that one.
This one is correct.
This one's right.
This one is incorrect. And then in the documents, Zorian is saying in the documentation.
In the application,
In the
Those
application.
two are right.
And the agenda's got them all 76.3.
Okay. So, Mr. McCabe, there's
Okay.
an error on the map. It appears as though there's also,
Easily fixable.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
it appears,
We'll fix it.
okay, and then take a look at your application as well. And see if it's correct in the application. The boxes that you have, the general note box that you have on the left-hand side there, that's correct. It's just the actual numbers on the
The zoning app is right.
zoning app is right,
Mhm.
okay?
I think it's just that one spot. on
So I
the
think
map.
it's just this map.
In location plan, true,
Location plan is correct.
except the portion that across
Yes, except it doesn't show that piece.
what-
It doesn't show any of those.
Yes,
pieces, but
Stony
yeah,
Hill.
it should be shaded.
So just reassure, let me make sure. The 3 has to be changed to a 4,
Right,
but you're saying everything else is correct with the exception of also of the application.
right.
Okay,
Well, also, I don't know, 21, and if you go to county viewer, it's 210. And lot defined like 76.4, there's 3, there's 5.2 is actually 0.200. In
Okay.
the.
so you got some work to
county
do
viewer.
to clean
The
them up.
county usually drops the zeros, but we'll put them on there.
The 5.2, you're saying it should be 2.0 or 2.200.
Right.
That's what, you don't need the zeros there, but okay,
Here it's five point
We
two.
can put them on there, no problem.
okay,
Yeah, I thought maybe should it.
So let's fix
should
the
it
map.
change county?
Sure.
all right, and then
You can
come
write out
back.
the comments, could the comments be written? Email to me?
Yes,
I have a question.
Sure,
There's a remnant here. Where the lot line is to be removed, it's a little curly Q. What is that a circular driveway?
That's gravel, that's like a gravel.
But it comes down and then there's just this dashed little line.
This is where they're at.
Helena, can you hold the map up and?
Right there.
So the question is it like?
What is it?
It's like a gravel area.
Well, then it
It's
should be
the park.
labeled. It looks like it's a remnant or something. It's,
It's very confusing.
no, it's confusing. It doesn't.
Helena, you're saying this area right here,
Yeah, that little curly.
the
Q.
curly Q here,
Yeah, I don't know
No,
what
no,
it
but
is.
it's a.
And I'm asking, what is it? Is it
Potential parking
It's a
space.
cleared area where my firewood is stored.
Okay, well,
We'll
you could
label it.
label it or remove it. It didn't know if it was part of the driveway or a remnant of a turnaround or,
We'll add that on.
and it's very minor, but it just didn't make sense.
so Ms. McKay, what are you asking us for? You want something from us indicating what we believe is wrong?
Right,
Okay,
just email me the comments that we need to correct.
okay, well, you need to do some checking too, we may miss
Sure.
something, this is
Oh, yeah.
your map, not our map.
Yeah, we'll do another,
Okay.
we'll do another check.
All right, so once you get this redone and redelivered to Stacy, we'll get you back on the agenda. Okay. The next agenda, the earliest would be probably early August. Our next meeting is July 27th, but that's reserved for, we already have projects for that night.
August 10th.
All right, very good.
August 10th, August 10th. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Elaine Bell for Juro Oguchi.
Rick. Rick, want me to do that?
Which,
Write him a memo that says we.
so you're gonna read them about?
I'll do it.
Thank you.
Okay, so this one was here at the last meeting, right? There was no problem with the lot line, and what you have is a decision. It's in your agenda. Does anybody have any final comments on anything, map? All right, so
We corrected the zone, yes,
we need to make the collection
R2, it's R2,
instead of R3.
yeah, correct.
Stacy, do you see that?
Yeah, I already made a note right there.
Okay. All right, so I'm just gonna read it's been here before. This is a lot line change. It's moving, it's including a parcel that used to belong to the town of Rochester, including it in the parcel owned by Mr. Aguchi. Akoshi. And there's letters on file from the town indicating that if they approved this at one of their meetings at some point in the past, so we have all the legal documentation about the transfer of the property and the town abandoning the property and selling it to Mr. Agoshi. So this is just a formalization of eliminating that line. And So the map. Did we get the note? Or was the note there?
I think that was that.
The note is there, okay. So I just need an approval of this certification of a lot line elimination. Can I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Hans makes the motion,
Second it.
Alina makes the second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so. I for the chair, so this is approved. What you're gonna need to do, I'll sign the maps and I'll sign the decision. And then, in order to get this finalized, something needs to get, it's outlined here in the decision what you have to do. But it's gotta go to the county, get the county stamp on it, and copies have to come back to us. So it's not approved until all the paperwork is done. And Stacy will get you the signed approval, and then outlines all the paperwork that has to be done.
Agree.
All right. I'll sign this.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
Yeah, so we'll cover that. Okay. Moving right along. We're not getting out early tonight, so don't,
No, we might,
sounds like we're going quick,
Bill
but we
is-
have a lot to do.
don't destroy hope here.
The next one is O'Donnell. Bill, that's yours?
Yep.
You want to explain to us what's going on?
Yeah, so this is up in this, up off of Bacon Road, a subdivision that's all on a private road up there. Subdivision was done back in the eighties. And O'Donnell has a house on one of the lots in the subdivision. And he's purchased two other adjacent lots in vacant land. And he just wishes at this point to merge them all into one parkland. So we're just merging three lots together.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions about this one? Jen, Alina? I have no comments. It's cut and dry. Dave, could you do a decision for this? Let's put it back on the agenda for August 10th. I don't want to cut anybody off, Alina.
Just one. I mean, it's. Is there a road maintenance agreement here? With this private road? I only see this portion.
Yeah, there's a declaration of maintenance and it's under the deed references there.
Okay,
One
so
through the fourth one down.
by consolidating into one lot, does that beget any change in the road agreement? It's inconsequential to the board, I think, but
Yeah.
it's just something,
I don't know the details of the agreement as far as whether they, based on the number of lots they have or anything like that, but their financial agreement is.
I know we've gone the other way, where let's say you had the parcel and then you were
Right.
subdividing it.
Right.
Then you would have to go back and look at
Yeah,
at the
and
road
or-
maintenance agreement, so.
Parties, yep.
My question is, by consolidating, does one have to revisit that agreement? But it is not a subject, I
Yeah.
think, of our approval.
No, that's a
Just-
good catch. Probably means that the distribution of the maintenance fees for the private road
Goes
maintenance
to the,
will change.
yeah, but I mean,
Yeah.
it just something that.
I think-
Caught,
We frequently use the term a private matter,
correct.
as opposed to if they were re-subdividing,
Right,
then we would need the approval of the. Right, Bill, so
and that's Peter too.
we were easy on you tonight,
He's gonna be.
Yeah.
Honestly, he's gonna be a volunteer.
and Dave, you'll get this for August 10th. Bill, you have any questions?
Nope. Just map copies for the next meeting.
Yes.
All right,
All right.
thank you. Good night.
Thanks, Bill.
Fastest marble down
Yeah.
here. Okay.
Bill, we have two projects to talk about if you wanna, we have two projects to talk about.
Oh, just so if I need something else to do this.
Not tonight, but Dun
Oh, other
Farms.
things. I think you wanted to invite me to.
I don't want to talk about it tonight, so
Oh.
We need
Yes,
to talk in the next couple of days.
yeah,
Okay.
sure thing. Thank you.
Brent Hawkey,
That's good.
Right.
good. Are you solo tonight or do you have?
I'm consultant list, if that's what you mean. So, but I have my tenants carry it as a Firestone with me, and I'll do my best to execute on behalf of an engineer and architect. And
So here's what I'd like to do tonight, just so, and we didn't have a chance to talk, I just didn't have, usually would have talked to you ahead of time. I'd just like you to make a quick, as quick as possible presentation to give the board an idea of what we have here.
right,
And then what we do after that, I'll be asking our planner to go through the whole project and give us an analysis of the whole thing.
right,
What kind, how should it be treated in seeker? What items we need, additional items do we need from you? The board may mention a few items tonight, but it won't be all inclusive.
sure.
So we look to our planner to do that. And we probably won't be able to get it back on the agenda until later in August, question mark. And at that time, we'll give you an idea, what other items you need.
Okay.
But if you want to start with your, presentation.
Sure, yeah.
The board may have, I would ask the board to make general comments. But let's, in the interest of time, we'll let Dave go through the details and provide those to us for the next meeting. So, sure, we're all yours.
You guys, are you familiar with this?
That's really, yes,
Okay, where shall
that
I?
looks good.
Thank you.
If you want to, right there in the corner is good. Can everybody see it from there? I know the public can't, but if the public wants to see,
Sorry, you don't wanna.
just move around, get another seat.
Rudy,
That's
why
good.
why don't you, well, then you can't see. Why don't we get it to where Peter is and then everyone.
We could do that. You want to bring it up here?
Whatever you guys.
I'm really
You're
fine.
having fun with this, okay.
I'm really having fun with Peter. not you.
No Peter, huh?
No, Peter. It's never
Fire
easy.
department's a little busy these days, I heard.
Especially when you get to cars.
Yeah, it's my road.
And no pissing and telling. Volunteer him for all of these.
So does everybody have a copy of everything I submitted?
Yeah.
We have everything. Yep.
So,
We have all your maps. We have all the glossies.
I know you have a big agenda tonight, so I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. So, my name is Ren Hockey. I'm the owner and project manager of 11 Towpath Road, which is, I'm sure you've all seen it. You could walk right outside, it's right there. So I'm here seeking site plan approval for the adaptive reuse of the commercial building on the property, which is sat vacant, decomposing for quite some time. Some of you remember it as Diane's Cat Shelter, others know it as the old laundromat, more recently Atlantic Granite and Marble. Our hope is to breathe new life and health into the old building with martial arts, yoga, and other movement-centric programs. I'll introduce my attendants shortly as and Carrie Firestone will expound on their vision for the dojo. The decision was made early on to save and honor the building and work with as much existing fabric as possible and stay within existing footprint, despite added costs and stress. From the onset of this project, we were determined to apply sustainable building practices whenever possible. And if it could be reused, repurposed, donated, or saved in place. And I'm proud of that fact. I worked with the building department to update every system in the building, bring it to code, new insulated floor system, new plumbing and energy efficient HVAC and water heater, new electric, insulated glass, high performance insulation, reclaimed siding, gutters, drainage, and much more. The work done thus far converted a collapsing building into a standard of efficiency while preserving the envelope of the original structure. Along with my architect, civil engineer, landscape architect, lighting designer, we've come up with a thoughtful site plan for proposed use, which we feel fits well in the downtown corridor. So we've prepared engineer site plan, parking plan, landscape plan, architectural plans and renderings, lighting plan, lighting package, and a signage plan. And I assume everyone. So we're proposing a martial arts studio which falls under the B business occupancy pursuant to section 304.1 of the building code of the state of New York. It should be noted that group B occupancy covers all the previous businesses that occupy this building. for parking driveway. So currently, I'm sure you're all familiar with, there's a 60-foot curb cut. So we're proposing a clearly defined entrance in a gravel parking lot. We will install a 15-foot paved apron if we are required to do so. Group B business occupancy, section 304.1 in Town of Rochester Code 140-17 requires one spot for 175 square feet of floor space. Based on the proposed use for the building, we would like to ask for 9 by 18 parking spaces instead of 10 by 20. Exclusive of storage, utility, and new interior wall thickness, we have a net total of 2,729 square feet, which would require us to provide 16 parking spaces. We are proposing 27, 2 of which are ADA compliant. So 21 here, and then there's an additional 6 here, which will be reserved for employee and overflow parking. We have room to expand the parking lot if we need to, but we want to avoid a strip mall experience. So trying to keep it as contained as possible. With classes lasting 60 to 90 minutes and an expected attendance of 15 patrons per class, there's a low turnover rate with little expected impact on traffic. We created perimeter drains and added all new gutters, which everything runs into the town's storm drains. So for landscaping, we plan to improve and soften the current site conditions with strategic planting of trees, shrubs, and grasses. These plantings will help screen the parking area from the road while defining the parking area and provide much needed on-site shade. Here on the landscape concept plan, we're showing 30 to 40 foot maple and oaks in the back, groupings of 15 to 20 foot ornamental trees on the sides, like dogwood, redwood, juniper, and laurel. And also along the sides here towards the front of the building, various heights of scattered ornamental shrubs like dwarf dogwood and winterberry, all of which are native species. For lighting, the parking lot lights will be using fully shielded fixtures to deflect light downward and away from the street and neighboring properties. At the front of the building, we'll provide wayfinding landscape lighting as well as fully shielded wall-mounted sconces at each entrance. All lighting will be dark sky compliant. Our goal is to create the appropriate amount of light per the town's code without creating glare. Specs for all the lighting can be found in the lighting package provided. I'm not going to walk you through which every one of those is. You have them. No, please. You sure?
Please don't.
Because I wrote it all down here for you. Okay.
You're pretty good. So.
Signage, we're proposing a single 5 foot by 5 foot double-sided sign perpendicular to the street, located right here at the southwest corner of the entrance. Again, we'll be using a picture light, which is fully shielded, mounted on both sides of the sign. I believe you have renderings of the package. Okay. So the extensive rehabilitation of this long vacant building will be of tremendous benefit to the town from its improved appearance, much needed programming for kids and adults, job creation, and increasing the town's tax base. We feel this proposal is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and satisfies the objectives of the zoning code and site plan requirements. My hope is that the proposed adaptive reuse of this building helps to protect our farmland and natural ecosystems by encouraging business and development in the downtown corridor and mitigating outward sprawl, preserving our rural identity for generations to come. That's it for me for now. So I'm going to introduce my wonderful tenants and friends, Ezra and Carrie Fires.
We come up here,
Absolutely.
wherever you want. Yeah.
Or over there, wherever you're comfortable.
Great.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for listening to our proposal. My name is Ezra. This is Carrie. We bought land in Accord in 2017 and we moved into 2020 and we've been raising our kids here. We love this community, so thank you for what you're doing. We are proposing putting in a martial arts and yoga and Pilates movement studio. And our tagline is movement for a happy life. Because we think you feel better when you move. You are better when you move. And so, for me, I started judo at the age of 4 and I did martial arts my whole life. And it was a really wonderful had a really wonderful impact on me, from teaching me integrity and honor and respect and how to navigate using my body in the world. And I still train. It's carried me through my whole life. And it's been a really beautiful thing. And We want that for our children and we want that for the children and adults in our community.
And I grew up dancing, and so movement was a really big, important part of my life, still is. And we want that for our kids, you know, we want them to grow up having a strong physical practice so that they're strong in their bodies, and they also learn discipline and honor and respect and all of these wonderful character building values.
Yeah, we want you guys to come too. Good for everybody, so come to class. You want to talk about the different programming?
Sure, yeah, so the whole thing is called the Dojo Accord, and it has two separate programs. Fire and Stone Academy is our martial arts centric programming, so it has martial arts programming for kids through adults. Our youngest kids will be 4 years old, and then it goes up from there. And we will have kids for classes for kids, classes for adults, women's self-defense classes. We will also have some parent-child programming. So ways to create space for young families to connect. We have a big padded room, so moms with babies and toddlers can bring their kids, let them run around and throw balls and do all that in a safe environment while parents get a moment to relax and connect. So that's Fire and Stone, and then the other part of the dojo is River and Sky Studios, and so that's the yoga, dance, Pilates side of things. And we're going to focus on putting programming in that side that parents could enjoy while their kids are taking martial arts classes on the other side. So the building's going to have the one side that's like the padded martial arts room, and then the other side that's more of a traditional that's your yoga studio with the wood floor and mirrors and that kind of.
Yeah, and so you know, we expect to run 2 to 5 classes per day on Fire and Stone Martial Arts Academy, 2 to 4 classes per day at River and Sky. You know, 10 to 15 people in a class, and all of the programming will take place indoors. So, hey, you know, kids might scream during class, but you won't be able to hear it outside. So people will be running around having a good time, but the noise will be contained in the building. We might have like a open house where maybe we have a picnic outside one day, you know, but we're not going to be programming classes outside.
That would be very much like accessory, not our primary.
Yeah. The kids' classes won't have music. The adult classes will have music at a moderate volume. Again, you won't hear it from outside. We will have 2 employees, these 2 lovely men over here who actually live across the street, Adam and Chris. And so we're happy that they're here.
And we will hold classes weekdays in the mornings, afternoons, and early evenings, and weekends in the mornings and afternoons.
Yeah. We think it's gonna be awesome, you guys. And also it's gonna be really beautiful inside. We're doing like this whole mural. You should come check it out. We would love to have all of you in any one of our classes. And hooray.
Bravo.
I have one comment, is that a lot of the, you know, with my short time on the planning board, we hear a lot how there's nothing for kids to do in Atwood, you know, it's skate time, basically. And I applaud you for, it seems like your emphasis, at least in front of us, is for children and to get the kids. It's an activity for children to do.
Yes, and we intend to have homeschool program hours. We intend to have after school hours. We intend for this to be a third space for the community because there's not a lot of that up here. And frankly, we would like to bring our kid here rather than driving to Kingston or New Paltz.
Right.
We have a 2-year-old, almost 2-year-old little boy, and so this is all in advance of getting him into judo when he's 4 years old.
But there will be Pilates along with yoga.
Yeah, we've mat Pilates. We'll have performers.
Yeah, that's fine.
So Holly, you don't have to drive to New Paltz anymore. For
I got a
Pilates,
Gardner.
for Pilates, huh?
I got a Gardner. I'm super
God.
excited about this because not only do I do yoga and Pilates, but I also am excited about that you kind of revitalized down. Because it's really, it was a terrible site, it was like.
To be fair, all credit to Ren Hockey.
Well,
And I think it's gonna augment the projects across the street as well.
Yeah.
It's a logical connection.
Yeah.
I think it's exciting. What I saw, it's beautifully done, so
Thank you.
it's great stuff.
We're very excited about our mural inside. We want to show, we want to show it all.
We'll do a site visit, yeah.
Specific questions from the board on either what the gentleman and his wife are doing or what Ren presented?
Yeah, I come to my mind right now, do we need to get some kind of permit from health department?
I've had preliminary conversations.
Right, you're working on it,
I'm sorry.
you're working already on it, that's all.
Yeah, we're working on it. We have a building permit, you mean Board of Health.
Right, right.
I've had preliminary conversations with them and they kind of suggested that once we were occupied, that they would then. Weigh in on what they needed from us, but obviously we would comply and.
No,
you
no,
know,
I understand,
provide any
just
sort of-
curious
Yeah.
process.
I'm gonna reserve any other comments until.
Okay.
they-
Do any of you have any questions for us? At this point?
No, and thank you all, that's all.
We have two major things that will be happening, then I'm gonna ask this Dave Churchill planner.
Sure.
He'll do a whole review, he may call you with questions, Ren. And then on the guy that's on the screen right there. No, he's not sleeping. That's our engineer, Greg Ballner.
I know, Greg.
Okay, so Greg is gonna start going through the material that you presented us with.
Sure.
And create a report on engineering concerns of one sort or another.
Got it.
So we'll have both of those in August sometime, and I'll talk to you in a week or two about when we can get you back on the
Sure,
agenda.
I have some other supplemental stuff I might send your way since you mentioned word seeker. I have a phase 2 that was done, that was completed already, so I can send that to you.
Well, I was gonna ask about that, but I was gonna wait, so you've
Yeah,
done a phase,
that was given to us by Dennis Doyle at the county when I bought the property.
okay, all right.
The environmental assessment.
Yeah.
The ESA.
Yeah.
I did have one comment, it's not like urgent, just when you revise the plans, and maybe it's in here, because I think what we have in Muni Cloud might not be all of this, but if you could include a drawing that shows the existing condition. So I didn't see that in the one, I think there was only one in the.
What, Jen?
The existing condition, pre-build, so like what you started with versus where you're gonna go.
Renderings or?
No, just the site from. Of the existing state. Yeah. in the
Well,
plan.
it's in the survey, I mean, you mean the survey or?
Maybe it's in here and I just,
There is somewhere it's existing.
it was in there?
Yeah.
Okay, never
Yeah,
mind.
well, there's my architectural plan set has existing
Yeah, I remember
and
that.
proposed. And then, but you're looking for like a site plan, but I don't,
The-
I have a survey, which
Yeah.
it should be in there,
It's just helpful when you're doing a review, so you can see what you started with and
Sure.
where you go.
but.
Rick, can I add a couple? Your narrative, can you add occupancy detail, employees and how many customers there, so we know.
I think that's in the
Not-
narrative that was submitted and.
Yeah.
It doesn't have
I saw
that, anything like that. So we know better parking lot, is it overkill to what you have, or maybe it's not enough?
Sure.
Similar point.
Yeah, I believe that
Parking
it's,
standards by square feet.
yeah,
Right, and there is no square footage, by the way, on the architectural plan, unless I have to count it. Is it possible to put square footage
sure,
as a reference?
yeah.
Thank you.
So Ren, from your part, you mentioned a waiver, you needed a waiver for the size of the parking spot.
Yeah,
So you need to start working on those things, letters to us asking for those waivers. A suggestion on the parking waiver, you actually are putting in more parking than required.
Yeah.
What I suggest you consider, this is a town of a lot of trucks.
Yeah.
9 by 18 gets a little dicey with trucks. So you may want to have a section for trucks only, a little bit bigger, 10 by 20,
sure,
which is the code.
Yep.
The board is usually receptive to smaller spots.
Yeah, you could identify compact car parking.
Right.
Specifically,
Sure. Okay.
have a section with the 9.
Yeah.
Compact cars that we. were
So that,
trying
yeah,
to
that
say.
was the thing that occurred to me. You may not want them all 9 by 18.
right,
Did you talk to the highway department about the curb cut? Did you get that approved?
no, not yet, no.
All right, so you need to start working on that.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
we'll eventually need something from the fire department. You might as well start on that. Get to the fire department.
Sure.
They're gonna want to see your diagrams. They're going to know how trucks are coming in and
Mhm.
they may have some comments on where you have the parking, where you shouldn't have the parking, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So on those, if you get started on that, it'll save you a lot of time.
Sure,
All right,
okay,
You want to put the
sorry.
waiver for the parking spaces in an unusual place for this. You want them to get started on it? You have to put a waiver in writing.
Yeah, I wanted to get started on
Okay.
They
the,
don't just give it. You have to ask for it in writing.
Okay,
There's an adaptive reuse section.
okay. Who do I submit?
It's
You guys
it's
or the
140.
DOT?
no, us.
I could send this to you, but it's 140-10 B10.
Thank you.
It grants this board to give waivers on
Right,
area issues like the size of a parking lot space because you're adaptively
right,
using an existing building.
right. I've done it
See-
before, but through the town board, when we've gotten the waiver.
Oh, because you did that in, what was it called, that special zoning district?
The granary.
Great.
The economic development
Yeah.
overlay thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Economic.
A lot of the things that you do with
Right,
the
right,
town
right.
board was because it was a special overlay. But everything is gonna be done by this planning board. So Dave's point is get started on asking
You
for the
can put it
waiver.
in whenever you want, in
Sure.
writing.
Right.
It's just a simple request that
I could also provide.
explain what you,
plan.
explain what you want, what you're gonna do and
Yeah.
why it's justified. That's
So my thinking was that to provide. Extra parking, because I know that there's a shortage of it. I
right.
mean, per my last, application, that was, got hung up on that quite a bit, so
Prevalence of Subarus in the area, right?
there's quite a
As
bit,
opposed to,
Well, there's a lot of Subarus, but it's also a lot of trucks, so.
sure.
Pick up trucks and Subarus.
Pick
Sounds
up
like
trucks
a
and
mini
Subarus.
flex country western song.
So anyway, it's up to you how you handle that, but it
I
might
might
be,
work on an alternate. Parking
might
plan,
force the
which
board to say-
indicates 10 by 20.
Yeah, I think the idea to have like a compact, what Halina mentioned.
Sure.
Compact section.
anything else that comes to mind for the board?
I'm just adding, the code enforcement officer isn't doing the memos anymore. Is that true?
Right.
That's true.
So they're not telling us what the use is.
Yeah.
They gave us they gave us a
I
zoning,
just looked at it. We don't know. I'm assuming it's,
isn't it in the zoning application?
nowhere in any of these, the way they do it now, do they actually tell you, because the use definition goes to what standards of. We don't get a use definition. This is not for you guys, but this is. They need to find a way to tell us what the use is. It's not, am I editorializing or?
No, you're right.
I got into a fight with you about this last time. I apologize for that. I understand where you're coming from now. I guess the two.
I mean, I know you don't know what parking standard to put it, if you don't know what the use
Well,
is.
that's why I
You
was,
don't know what landscaping
I
category.
guess
to
the
put it
two,
in, you know?
the two choices we could make is to write the CEO and ask him to give us more information. Or if you think it's a fairly, if the decision is relatively clear cut, we can just make it, I suppose. We're not supposed to make zoning determinations, but as long as, if it's easy and if it's not too controversial, I guess we can.
I'm assuming he told you it's retail and service establishment. Do
so
you remember
what I've
this at
been,
all?
what I've been quoting was 304.1 of the building code, state of New York.
Okay,
So I have a copy. Somewhere. For all
and
of you.
what use do they call it?
So I'm gonna, give me 2
I mean,
seconds.
it's not a big deal, we can just,
What are the two choices?
I think if you ask me to designate it, I'd call it retail and service.
What's the next
Well,
choice?
there's a lot of different ones.
Okay.
So this is
There's recreation, there's,
Okay, here's what we're gonna do.
Can I-
Stacy, we got it all settled. You don't have to worry.
You sure?
Stacy's gonna talk to the building department. And we'll get a use definition from them,
okay, I
okay?
would suggest their form add a use category.
That's another thing. If we can just edit the zoning app for them to have a spot to add the use on that.
Okay,
Can I just quickly jump in?
go ahead.
As a note from my architect, who couldn't be here. So business group B, the reason we specifically went for that was it explicitly says martial arts. And I have copies of it for everybody. If it's a note to me from my architect that I printed up, it's on his letterhead and stamped. So
Would you send that to us?
yeah, well, I have physical copies. Can I get them out?
Yeah.
You just give us
And
a copy.
All right, Dave, so we'll get the
Sure.
building
Yeah, yeah,
department to modify the.
Thanks.
Which is, if I should mention, the same occupancy rating. I have to find one. You sure?
You're good.
You're good.
So I think that what triggered us coming before you was the fact that the building was vacant for as long as it was. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been a change of use at all, because occupancy B the business is the same as the same businesses that were there. So,
Okay,
And the waiver request is just a letter of memo, it's
Sure, okay,
no format to it.
okay. But would you like to see that from the engineer or from me? To the
What
manager?
do you want, Rick?
whoever.
Okay.
Whoever you trust to put it to, if you could do it, fine, if your engineer can do it, fine,
Sure, save a buck, I'll do it.
okay. So Dave, sometime in August, Would you-
Yes,
would you have a write-up?
just was looking quick, your new code says new construction is supposed to be referred to the Historic Preservation Committee because it's in the
It's
district.
in the.
But this is.
Is this new construction?
I wouldn't.
I don't think.
I would argue against that, to be honest. Let's not make it complicated.
It's for terms undefined, you're going.
Well, it's not new construction, it's a adaptive use of an existing.
Change in,
By the time they've come to us, it's already constructed, we can't.
Exactly.
I got no,
Was it some?
I got no skin in this game.
Right, no, but I understand what you're saying,
Right.
but we went down that route, then what, tear it down or change it or?
I mean, by the way, the committee's been a pleasure to work with.
You know what, the building department knows the rules around the different historic districts. If they didn't choose to send it to them, then I assume they were okay with it, and or maybe even talked with them. And they said it's not necessary, but Stacy, could we send a note to them asking them why it didn't go, or did it go to the Historic Society?
I will ask.
All right,
I have one more thing.
Sure.
Do we need to vote on escrow?
so you can,
Do we need
Escrow.
escrow?
thank you, I forgot all about that.
Thanks, Jen.
I was hoping you'd forget about it.
That's all. Now we're talking money.
Go with everything else.
We need escrow in order to pay Dave and our engineer for whatever work takes
Sure.
place.
And brought us.
So it doesn't look like this is going to be, I don't know, but huge. So I'm gonna suggest 2,500.
Okay.
All right, so I need a motion from the board.
I motion we set the escrow at 2,500.
I second that motion.
Jen seconds, all in favor?
Town of Rochester?
Does it get made out?
Town of Rochester.
And you can bring it into Stacy.
Oh, you don't want it
Right
now.
here.
I think he's giving it to you, right?
You writing checks?
I knew you
He's
were.
prepared.
Make it out to Town of Rochester, $2,500,
Some experience here, so.
and we'll get you a receipt.
Second.
Just pay and pay.
Stacy will send you a receipt.
It's like an ex-wife.
All right, anything else?
Yeah, who did the motion in second? Because I missed it.
I did.
She did the motion, I did the
Colleen
second.
did the motion,
Thanks.
and it was 5-0,
It's 5-0.
or 5-2, rather. What else? I think that's it. So Ren,
Yeah.
we'll talk in a week or two, and I'll give you a date when we believe it'll be late August or the first meeting of September, one or the other.
No earlier.
When we'll, no,
When is your proposed opening?
As soon as you guys
Get
give us the thumbs
So
up.
we should.
I mean, we're close. I mean, I'll have a.
we'll try to get it on the agenda as soon as we can,
Yeah,
but it's pretty tight.
yeah,
Does,
I understand.
does this go to Ulster County?
Dave?
I'm assuming no, but I'm asking just because I
What's
wanna,
this road here?
To town road. Ulster Town Road.
I think no, right?
Both of
They only meet once a month, so it'd be good to know what's going on.
I think we're gonna have to pass on that until Dave does some research.
With tobacco and topaz.
Those are all town roads.
I don't think so, but,
Okay.
Okay, that's good.
okay,
All right, thanks, you guys.
all right, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for getting us on here. I know it was tight.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, sounds like a great project.
Thank you.
I would prefer not having to drive to Gardner. Or to do Gardner and.
Ren, don't forget your thing.
Our attorney should take note. Pilates is the best thing for your back.
Oh, yeah, I don't forget your tripod, because it would, I need a tripod.
You want me to leave it for you?
No,
I
no.
do.
No,
Sure?
thanks.
No gifts.
Okay, next item on the agenda is Anthony Kowalczyk. And Mr. Kowalczyk is being represented by,
Garrett Wilson, the BL Company.
okay.
I also have a full porch ladder set up.
Joe, why don't you do that, put it in the same spot? And it was Garrett, what was the last?
Garrett, yes.
Garrett Wilson.
Thank you. Just quickly, the boards here.
So Greg, I'm gonna need a write-up on that previous project,
Can I have another mouth?
okay?
No.
I can hear you. Are you muted?
Yes, I was muted. Sorry. That's not a problem. I heard that and I will get a write-up on that.
Sound up, give this back. Give that back to Peter. Can you make a motion? I could have sworn I heard Peter.
Just 1 second, Garrett.
Try now, Greg.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, we can hear you now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So-
I did get that I need to do a write-up on that last application and I will get that taken care of.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Okay, so Garrett, why don't you tell us who you are, what you're proposing,
Sure.
what's going on?
Well, thank you for your time. My name is Gareth Wilson. I'm a project manager at Biella Companies in Meriden, Connecticut. Project before you tonight is not as exciting as the previous, but hopefully still very useful. We're coming before you tonight for 5026 Route 209. It's existing 4.6 acre lot that we're proposing to subdivide. I understand it was previously subdivided about 3 years ago, and therefore by subdividing again comes a major subdivision of the regulations. That subdivision is driven by creating a 2 acre parcel here at the front, lot number 1, for a 9,100 square foot retail building. So we have the building situated here in the middle with parking in the front, parking along the side. There's 37 spaces in total, plus 2 ADA dead center with access to the front of the building. We have the curb cut along the State Route 209 here. We are in the floodplain, so we're going to provide compensatory storage in the front setback here. So there'll be a depression there to compensate for any storage volume we occupy by creating this new curb cut and drive aisle. The site will be on septic. We did septic testing earlier this year, just the end of winter, and they were monitored by the health department. We're proposing to put a septic system underground, really just behind the parking area. Sorry, am I?
It's okay, just show me where the septic is, I couldn't see.
The septic here, we got good septic testing in this area. Stormwater will be detained underground in this front parking lot area, and it's discharging to the front where the most of the water currently discharges to. It's retail, it's major subdivision. There's also a couple of questions about whether to bring some architectural examples of what we're proposing, so I have 2 of them. I'm not too sure if they were shared with.
I didn't get
No,
that.
that's fine, they will later coming. So we've got the first option here of a more clean, white and England facade. Very pretty, with a cupola on top. Or a more of a brick based facade front with a little more glazing, a little more stucco on the front top along here. So really just discussion points for yourselves at your request for what type of architectural style direction that commission felt best suited here.
Well, along that line, what are the uses?
It's retail.
Okay,
It's a Dollar General.
thank you.
Yeah, because it was not identified.
That does not,
It was
nowhere
not-
did I see it's a Dollar General,
No,
okay.
we stated retail, Dollar General is still not firmly fixed, but that is the.
But that is, okay, all right,
It's the worst kept secret, but yes,
that's okay, but that makes
that makes sense.
sense.
So. I mean, it's between you guys and Dollar General, but they are or they aren't, and I was told it's Dollar General coming.
It's all but done.
Okay.
So, yeah,
So you asked about the architectural
Yes.
style, make it as un-Dollar General looking as possible.
Right.
Dollar General,
Un-Dollar, un-Dollar.
on Dollar General.
Like,
Both in
yeah, for
terms of-
instance, yeah,
This style, this is a, I can't remember where this example's from, but they have done a lot more in the traditional style and stuff, right? Yes.
I mean, I would make it as, there's one in Cavalson. And I would make it as little as this ugliness and disgusting building.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Avon, they're in Avon, Connecticut.
Yes, there's.
Anthony Rotundo and Sons Concrete Precast is in that area. And I was really impressed driving through how they handled their like Dollar Generals, et cetera. It's beautiful. It's actually with a lot of trees, a very New England motif. And when I saw this was 25 years ago.
Okay,
So they were ahead of the curve.
okay.
So just mentioning, you know, we'd like to stay away from the concrete masonry, CMU block, Dollar General.
Gotcha. That's awesome.
And Helena brings up a good point about the landscaping. You saw the previous gentleman with the landscaping that he did
Yes,
over here. And I mean, that sold me what he was doing in
Yeah.
terms of landscaping, so Dollar General is not particularly known for landscaping.
correct.
This would be a nice switch.
Yeah, we've got a few landscaping areas where we focus on the front. We do have like a longer entrance than the typical Dollar General, so the idea would plant up these areas here. There's nothing along the building, just along the sides. Plus just a little visibility for the.
So you
side
need to
here.
look at our code, there's a whole landscaping section.
Yes,
And not all of it, some of it needs to be changed, but take a look at it. It gives you what's necessary. And then we can talk about some of the, what I would call anomalies in the code in terms of the size of the trees that they mentioned there, but there's a whole section in what we need. So the parking lot needs to be broken up with
Broken up more.
landscaping. I forget how many spots. X number of spots needs to be broken up by
Maybe
landscaping. So take a look at that part of the code. I don't know it off the top of my head, the number, but
and you said something about the size of the trees.
so it talks about the girth of the trees being put in at 4 feet from what's called breast height.
EDH,
It's like 6 inches.
that's tight.
Yeah, it's like, it's too big, so we would never, it shouldn't have been what they put in there, so, but we'll work around it.
Smaller.
But do understand that basically, this is the gateway into the hamlet of Accord, which has a lot of historical significance. You saw what Mr. Hockey had up there. I don't know if you're privy, you should look at the plans for the granary, you know, things are changing pretty, I don't want to say rapidly in our town, but I think Dollar General should go a little over and above in their landscaping and to blend.
And since this is new construction, you heard our planner say that this is gonna have to go to a historical commission for them to weigh in on it.
Oh, is it? Okay, sorry, I didn't realize we're in the district.
We have a historic, if it's not in the historical district, it's close by it. So we're gonna need to
Within
refer to
500
that.
feet. Code says within 500 feet.
Okay,
I also
It's not.
would,
it's not,
I also think a traffic study is needed. It's a very sensitive area and
because
not the safest area to go in.
Yeah, I think it's.
it's so close to the bridge.
Yeah, and where the visibility is not great there, especially if you come from
Okay.
the Accord side.
Great,
Yeah.
good call on that.
The left side.
And what is going to be in the back lot? And I know there's no access to the back lot depicted on the plan that I'm looking at.
No, it's just showing the 50-foot sort of flag off the rear block.
Yeah.
I haven't did any
Helena, in the big map that you have there,
Mhm.
there's on the left-hand side,
Okay.
there's a 50-foot right of, is that
Right, okay.
50 feet?
Yes,
Okay,
Okay, I
there's a
wasn't sure
50
if
foot
that
right
was
of way
what.
that goes to the back.
Okay, thank you.
So we'd like some idea what Mr. Kowalczyk intends to do with that. Is that gonna be residential?
I don't know if there's any plans at the moment for that. It's still in a business one area. So.
Okay. So, and some of the things we'll tell you, we'll document it. Again, our planner will do a whole write-up.
Thank you.
He just informed me that we don't need to send this to historical commission because it's not within 500 feet of it. But we'll check that to make sure.
Sure.
the same thing you heard us talk about in terms of parking spaces. I think you had
37.
37, yeah. Are you asking for any kind of waiver of the size?
I need to go back and double check.
Is 37, it seems like an awful lot.
It is, if we could reduce, and if you're open to that, we'd certainly ask for a waiver to reduce. Dollar General typically want 21 spaces.
So when this project was into us 2 or 3 years ago,
Mhm.
it was totally different. They had it horizontal to the road instead of vertical to the road. And we did mention to them there were too many parking spots for the spot, particularly given all the rain, the slope of it, and where you're gonna put the rainwater, the drainage and all that. So if you want to come to us and just suggest fewer spots of a smaller size, the board might be receptive to that.
Certainly, that makes it easier to add in landscaping appropriately.
Exactly. So we would be receptive to that, but we need for you to tell us. Once you see the landscaping requirements, you're probably gonna want to do that.
Yeah, excellent.
Hey, Greg? Greg, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So there's gonna be a retention pond, I was gonna say a detention pond, but a retention pond in the front. So we're gonna need for you to look at this one also,
Okay.
in order to make sure that it's engineered properly to get the excess water to where it's gotta go. And then the issue is, well, it goes there, then how does it drain out of there and where is that gonna go?
Just
Okay.
And landscaping of that.
Yeah,
one point of clarification. The basin we're proposing in the front is for flood storage. So we're slightly within the floodplain, the 100-year floodplain.
right.
So by creating that driveway, we're essentially just filling a small area, raising like a foot and a half. But that occupies flood water. So we need to compensate for that. So we're going to put that there, and we're hoping to put the stormwater underground in the parking area itself. So it's just a little nuance in the actual basin's purpose and intention.
So I'm no engineer, but Greg and you can have a discussion.
Yeah,
My understanding is wherever the water's going now and however much is going wherever it's going, some is seeping into the ground, some is going someplace. Whatever you do, you can't increase the volume of water. All right, so
absolutely.
you and Greg need to talk about how you're gonna make that happen.
That's what they do.
Did I get that right, Greg?
Yes, you did.
All right, Greg.
Oh, and did we ask for DOT?
Yeah.
We're gonna need DOT approval here.
Yep.
Yeah.
We need DOT approval before we're back for you for final decision.
Yeah, because the DOT, well, not necessarily before you come back.
Okay.
I'm not sure when you're gonna be able to come back after we give you all the things that you have to do. A lot of which you won't get until the engineer and Dave give them to you. But the DOT is not necessarily the quickest agency because they're swamped. So the sooner you can get to them with your plans and find out what you're gonna need, they're gonna tell you whether or not that in and out that you've drawn works for them. If it doesn't work for them, you may have to change the whole
Yes.
concept, including, I have no idea, including that 50-foot right of way to go into the back there.
I have a question.
So they may say you need 2 entrances, an exit, a separate exit and a separate entrance. I don't know. That's up to them.
Has
So you gotta
DOT
get to them.
Has DOT ever asked an applicant to provide traffic estimates or anything when they give these curb cuts? I don't know.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, so that goes hand in hand with what
The
Hans
traffic.
said about a traffic study.
I mean, when we did backward social.
We
they
did a traffic
considered it-
study.
Yeah, they had to do a traffic, thank you.
And that's
right.
much less traffic.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Accord Social was another project further
On
north on the property, on the 209. But we asked them for traffic study, and I think this one is gonna be necessary because it's the site distance.
And it's next to a pre-existing
Pre-existing.
Right.
business.
But a lot of it depends upon where the DOT tells you where the in on the out's gonna be.
Yeah, say that.
So some of these things are gonna be sequential.
Mhm.
Some of them you could do at the same time. But I would get to the DOT first before you do a traffic study, but we're gonna ask for a traffic study. Hans,
Escrow,
hang on,
Thanks.
over here,
I'll reserve.
Could you please landscaping and color?
Yes, we can certainly do that.
see if you can use a lot of, the landscaping code talks about using a lot of native plants.
Mhm.
So there'll be a lot of plans that people have come to us before, we just tell them, no, they're not native, so you might as well just give us the native stuff. You could talk to Ren about what he's using all natives.
I'll have a look at that.
Okay.
Rick, I'm just wondering, do we need to know expected water consumption?
So we do have water data on that there. It's fairly low. It's got one restroom, maximum one restroom, maximum 3 employees, and I think it's got a janitor's closet. It's very low water usage.
But they're gonna provide.
They're gonna need to get a permit from the Department of Health.
Also water.
And is this any aquifer protection?
It is.
Yes,
I don't recall what the requirements are for businesses. I agree, I think it's probably.
1,000, I think it's more than 1,000
People or
Yes.
Gallons per day.
gallons per day.
Gallons a day.
gallons per day? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. I don't think, the only other thing I don't think came up is lighting. Did we talk about lighting?
No, we did not.
But that'll be something.
Yes, we provide talks about compliance, but like.
Are you going to plan to have a sign?
Yes, there'll be a sign on the facade of the building, and then in this area in the front.
That has to meet code.
Yes.
There's also, look at the code, please.
Yeah.
Because there
It's pretty specific.
And given the way the road twists and turns and whatever winds up with the egress and ingress on 209, the sign may have to change so you don't block the view in and out.
Yeah, we've set it back at this stage. It's
Okay.
at least 1.5 car lengths from the side of the road, to the edge of the pavement.
So anything else off the top of our head,
I think
just
we covered it.
general
It's like lighting, traffic, architecture,
DOT?
yeah.
You went, is
Landscaping.
your client already gone to State Historic Preservation Office? There's a open project in their database for that parcel.
SHPO?
There it is.
The SHPO database says it's a cultural resource study being done on that property.
Oh.
Is that you guys?
No.
It's,
Actually, that's a good point. It might have to be test bits because it's so close to the creeks that it'll get written.
it's, well, the Walchick, so they must have done it for the minor subdivision. And there's a RM Apple LLC.
That's who's doing this study?
That's whose name is associated with the consultation project in the state database.
Does it give a year?
No. And there's no documents associated with it.
Can you say the name again, please?
It's a project number,
Dave, what's the name?
RM, capital A, PPL, LLC.
It was.
So does the EAF show?
There's no, I didn't look at this.
Okay,
I could go.
you submitted a short form, right?
Yes, and I
The
think they're
secret-
long
the long form of
requested,
it.
so
Okay,
we also submit that.
no
Which has
case for,
which has two new categories, but it has new categories. It got changed in the mid-June.
Oh,
Make sure you got the most recent one.
can't remember what
The,
it was.
the state changed, updated the regulations, whatever it is now, a month ago.
so there's a new category 19 and 20.
That's on part 2, but there's new questions in part 1.
I can send it to you.
Thank you.
Just make sure you got the right form.
Gotcha.
We won't charge you too much for that.
That's cool.
Talking about escrow, I would, by the time there's quite a bit to look at here, so I'm gonna propose 5,000.
I'll make a motion.
Jen
Second
makes a
it.
motion,
I.
Todd seconds,
I second.
Zorian, so Jen and Zorian, all in favor? Aye. So the escrow gets made out to the town of Rochester, delivered to Stacy, and that covers the cost of our engineer and our planner to do whatever reviews they have to do. So our engineer reviews the traffic studies, the engineering studies, and the whole 9 yards. And the next major step will be our planner will do a whole write-up. and tell you that based upon the code, here's all the things that you need to get us. So what you heard tonight was just a general summary based upon things that we know you're gonna have to do, that we think you're gonna have to do. But he'll do a complete review and you'll have that. It'll probably take a good 2 to 3 weeks to do.
Okay.
So you won't be back here until at best end of August or early September.
Sure.
And maybe not even then, because, and we'll talk, some of these studies you're gonna wanna get done before you come back, because there's, unless you have something new to tell us, there's nothing to talk about.
Yes. And then for submission ahead of the next meeting, it's 2 weeks prior. You will fire.
Yes,
Yes.
2 weeks prior to the meeting, yeah.
Perfect, okay.
I mean, so if it's a one-page memo, fine, but if it's a study that the board has to review or engineer has, we need 2 weeks to, before a meeting to get to it.
Okay.
I'm glad you mentioned that, thank you. Any questions for us?
No, we'll wait to hear the laundry list of submission details and we'll get on it.
Okay,
So thank you again for your time, appreciate it.
thank you very much.
Be in touch.
Nice presentation, thank you.
Pleasure.
And just as a, for, thanks. We did get a write-up from the building department on this one.
I asked them to do it for bigger projects where
All right, so we
I
don't,
will work on the use being added somewhere else for those that are showing.
yeah, because it saves right,
I'll work on it.
puts us in a box.
Can we also request Esco for O'Donnell for Dave to write the decision, because we didn't do that when Bill's here and I can call him.
And you'll call him. Okay, so Stacy reminded me for O'Donnell. For Dave's write-up. And also for Herzog, right? Did we set escrow for Herzog?
Nope.
No.
So can we do it for both?
Yes. 150 for each is usually plenty.
Okay, make a motion.
That's second.
Don't go away, Hans, we have to vote, we need you.
We're voting on escrow for Herzog and for O'Donnell.
You do them both at the same time? Is that? okay?
Yes, do them both at the same time. Motions
150 for each.
150 for each.
I
Second,
second
Mike,
it.
Polina, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, whoever reminded me of that.
Me.
We'll take a quick break.
Hey, Stacy, Keith,
Yeah,
is this the last one, read old school memo he wrote? Because on May 1st, he used the earlier version of a memo.
You're talking about Keith?
Yeah,
I'd have
so
to
he gave the
look.
zoning permit with the details of May 1st. 2 months. That doesn't tell you what the use is.
I'll work on it.
I'll note he says it's in the flood zone boundary, which it doesn't reference the aquifer overlay.
Do you need it?
Come on.
Are you here tomorrow morning?
Did he say?
Yes.
I can meet.
Yes.
You wanna vote? Right. You wanna tag team on tomorrow? Or you?
I'll get it.
Okay. Just give us a few minutes, guys.
No, we're stripping.
Yeah, I think it's just. The essential question, particularly for site plan review, is what's the use?
Yep.
This is so where that's gonna be in the form, how we know what enforcement officer said? There was some kind of
He
form.
signs the.
He
just
signs the
signs
zoning
bottom of the
application.
Applications now.
Okay, right, and how he.
We used to get, he's not.
I know we used to go, that's where.
So we would have to make our own determination, which is not.
I'll work on it and I will let you all know where to find it.
We just noticed that, sorry, I don't know why.
I
it's-
noticed too, I sent you email asking about that.
So,
Oh, that's what I was gonna check. So it's in. So I assume this is, that's retail, right? The special use permit. In the Hamlet zone, he calls it site plan approval.
For what fund?
Am I speaking out of the paragraph?
no,
You're talking about.
You're right.
retail and service establishment in the Hamlet district's a special use per. When
But the issue is it in the Hamlet district?
his memo says it needs site plan approval, doesn't mention.
But
special
is
use.
it in the Hamlet district?
That's what he called, is it, or it's in the business?
I think it's in the business. It's not in the Hamlet.
Oh, okay,
All right, so that's why it's not special use.
all right, he. Correct,
All right. So the issue is he did it here. Why isn't he doing it for all of them?
well, maybe he changed since May 1st, is that what he did?
I don't know. We'll find out. Sit tight.
I don't really care what form it's on, he just needs to say what the use is.
I was bringing.
Where did the other two go?
I went with that, they're not that they're you're. You're having a sidebar, is that what the lawyers call it?
Where are they?
What's going
You
on?
guys ready? Yes.
I mean, I guess.
Elena's smarter, Dave. That Dollar General, that, you know, it's a well-studied reality that it's called. They're a small version of Walmart. It's a over retail.
But that's what we're doing before.
It's, let me say. What they do for a market is rest and say.
And we're gonna start customer from,
Well, it's understanding they'll take the list, if you don't have any convenience stores.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it's hard to need this many colors, yeah.
but, well.
Stone
Stonehenge has,
Huh?
groceries.
I was very proud of the fact I bought my favorite cereal, the first time I ever went into. I brought it home, my wife pointed out the data. Which is.
We're just waiting for an attorney.
Not by, right, but it's a very old. I was like, wait, look at this, I have my favorite cereal for half price.
Good evening. As I think I mentioned to the board, in a note to them yesterday, and Mike, I talked to you about it. The last item that we had, the last time we had the gentleman on the agenda, we had Labella here, who's the engineering firm standing in for CPL. And Greg is muted, and Labella is not here. The reason why they're not here is first student responded to Labella's write-up of 2 meetings ago, I think it was. There were 25 items that we were looking for a response. First student got us the response last week. I believe it was Monday or Tuesday. It was Tuesday. And Labella didn't have enough time to get us a response to that document in time for this meeting. Certainly not in time for the board to read it. Might have been something, but it would have come very late. And so I told Mike, I have no problem with you guys being here to tell us how you responded to those 25 points. If you want, give us a summary. Go through the report. You have a copy of the report in the agenda. So you take a couple of minutes to go through it with us, but we're gonna have to wait for the next meeting to get the report from Labella. I'll have it by this Friday, and then I'll share it with the board Friday, Saturday, so the board has it. I will put you on the agenda for the 27th. We set another meeting for the 27th. But there will only be 2 projects on that meeting for the board to know. One is Labella, or one is First Student rather, and the other one is Rav Tov, and that's it. We're not putting anything else on that agenda. So that'll be the point in time when we can deep dive into that document, but just didn't have enough time for them to do an appropriate job. Having said that, we did get responses from the fire department, and we got a letter from the CEO as well. I asked Labella to incorporate both the document from First Student fire company's letter and the CEO's letter to incorporate all of them, and the response would reflect the comments made in all those documents, not just one of the documents. The CEO's letter, if you had a chance to read it, essentially just agrees with everything the fire company had. There was one recommendation they made in terms of having it peer reviewed by some group that I'm not familiar with, so I'm gonna let Labella sort that out. We can, when you get the report, you can take that into consideration. We've done site visits, right? Has everybody seen?
No, I could not make today's site.
Okay. So most everybody has seen the site. Does the board have any comments they want to make? And then I'm gonna turn it over to you guys to summarize where you're at, and the board have any comments they want to make?
No, I started reading the 35 pages, but haven't completed it.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to read it either, but. So why don't you guys tell us in terms of the 35 pages that you sent us? To what extent did you address all of the comments from Labella? I don't want you to go point by point, but just give us a summary of what was in there. So we have something, we brought you here.
Sure.
So I want to hear something.
Sure, so I'm Kevin Matthews, I'm the head of electrification, first student. So the document, 35 pages, responded to all 25 points. Some of them were just clarification errors, or issues such as snow removal. Where, how you're gonna handle the snow, you know, we pointed out that the buses pull out, that's when we do the snow removal. And can put it back in that corner, type of deal, so some very straightforward, issues such as that. Also pointed out, that, you know, why the, charging infrastructure would be outside the fence, so that it could be serviced. At any time, deal with any issue that comes up there, within that area. There continue to be questions if the power cube's in the right of way. We are going back again to show that it is, with another document, that, makes that clearer, than the documents provided in the past. The rest of the document, pretty much outlines that everything we have proposed follows federal and state fire code requirements. As we do that, and we have met and or exceeded, all of those, that it relates to it.
Do you want to address it all? I know Labella had some comments about how to handle an emergency by pulling it out into that emergency area that was designated on the map. Do you want to comment at all on that? Or would you rather wait for them to get us there?
Well, I mean, I'm happy to do what our procedure will. But you know, I don't know how Labella is going to respond, to that. But as we've, you know, indicated that the systems, that monitor the battery health. Would indicate to the driver and or the maintenance team if there is an issue, around any type of heat warning. It is at that time that the bus would automatically be put in the isolation area, whether it was out driving when that occurred, or whether it was detected while the bus was parked in the lot. And so that's when it would be moved over there by first student to that area, where it would then be going into our traditional maintenance, routine to determine what the issue is. Bring in the manufacturer of record, that services the high voltage issues, to begin that process. If there were an actual thermal event while the bus was parked in the slot, the goal is to do what the first responders tell us to do it. That is not our role to put anybody in harm's way. That is not trained in order to do that.
I have a question. I was thinking about it after our site visit. Do you have an SOP? You talked about that you have a lot of, like in terms of risk mitigation, you monitor, you have action plans. Do you have like an SOP or an action plan that articulates like, okay, we're monitoring, we received something.
That's in
And
some of the
then-
documentation we've provided, yes.
I didn't see anything that looked like an SOP or an action plan. You typically, those are pretty detailed and they would say.
Well, some of our SOPs that we have confidential business information in there, so we don't supply them directly. We outline the steps that we take as a part of that SOP as it relates to any type of heat signature related to the batteries on the buses. And so again, it's the double system of monitoring those, any of those that indicate an issue, move that bus to the isolation area, which triggers our maintenance protocol to begin to determine what the issue is and how it should be addressed. And keep it in that isolation area until the issue is fully addressed and then put it back into service.
It just didn't seem very detailed, but. I mean, it would be helpful to
Well,
understand,
I'm trying to understand what level of detail you're looking for, so.
like our emergency plans at my day job are very specific to the site. And the emergency, so it would be. Whoever, and we typically use job titles instead of people's names because people switch out jobs, right? So it would be like the chief of whatever. Receives a notification, and this is exactly how notifications are received. The chief of whatever receives a notification. Which triggers X, Y, and Z steps, and these are the specific steps, and this is who's responsible for it. Person A is responsible for calling the fire department, whatever it might be, I don't know what your SOP would be, so, and maybe it's only 3 pages long, I don't know what it would look like, but.
So in our operation is the location manager. And the location manager has the responsibility within triggering, to notify maintenance. That, or maintenance notifying the location manager there's an issue, letting them know it's being moved to that isolation area. So it's a very small operation. There are just a handful of people at the First Student location, and all of them are trained in how to respond and deal with the situation that arises.
And so is local fire department notified?
So local fire department would be notified if we begin to see that the heat indication on the battery continues to rise. Just because there's a heat indication doesn't mean we need to notify the local responders right away. There may not be any risk. We don't want to unnecessarily roll resources. But if we continue to see thermal events increase, certainly any off-gassing, that's when we begin to notify first responders that we.
So I think if there was like an SOP that articulated all of the steps, I think that would give.
We would be happy to work, with the fire department, once approved to go through all those steps, and that's what we generally do. Just sit down with them and go, what do you need? How do you need it? And go through and do that process.
I think what we can do, though. I mean, that's why I think Kevin's asking clarifying questions. I mean, we can take a look at what we've already submitted and look at if we can.
Yeah.
So we're happy to go back and look at that again.
I mean, I just think that would sort of get at some of the questions and concerns that you're receiving, because it's somewhat general. And so when an emergency happens, I'm not necessarily expecting to sign off on this specific emergency plan, but when an emergency happens, you don't want people to have to do a lot of thinking. You want to have everything there so that emotions don't take over, so that they see what happens, and they have specific instructions on exactly what they're supposed to do, who they're supposed to call, exactly what's supposed to happen next. I don't know what others would think about that, but I feel like that would probably, given that you have a lot of monitoring and emergency, not emergency, but you have risk mitigation in place because you have the monitoring and you're monitoring battery temperature. I think if you could articulate that and then pair it with also, if something were to happen, this is exactly who we call, when we call them, what we do. I think that would give a certain amount of assurance. I don't know what others would think on the board, but I think that would be helpful.
So I think what Jennifer is expressing, and it might be because we don't have anything from Labella yet, but I think what she's expressing is the generality in some portions of the 35-page document. And I'll support what she says, and I'm going to defer to either the Labella response and or the fire department. I don't know if everybody, when they read the fire department's latest document, if they noticed the last paragraph seemed to indicate to me, and that they weren't dead set against this. They wanted to see more information that would reassure them, and they made a list of the things they wanted reassurances about in that last paragraph before they would. They didn't even say before they would support it, but it was much more encouraging than the letter that they wrote a year ago in April of 2025. So I would invite you to take a look at that letter again. And I think it gets to Jennifer's point, the level of detail that reassures the fire department that everybody's got their hand around responding to an emergency is going to be very critical. Now, I don't know how the rest of the board is going to react as we get closer to voting on this. But one of the things in the many, many, many years that I've sat on planning boards, not just here, but in Orange County, I rarely voted yes if the fire department said, no way, Jose. Only because I'm not the one that's gotta fight the fire department's the one that has to fight the fire. Now, so I just encourage everybody to you guys, to take a look at what they wrote. And I think they were pretty specific in that last paragraph in saying, leaving the door open. If this, if this, if this, if this, it sounded to me as if they were getting more comfortable.
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong, Brian, but I think the last meeting that we had with the fire chief, along with, a few other, I believe that the CEO was there as well, the code
Yep.
enforcement officer. I think that's the steps that we're taking, and I think we're waiting on Labella's response to formulate a better, I guess, detail of what you guys are looking for.
Right.
Collaboratively, so I think we're going down the same path.
Did you get the same sense that I did from the fire department? I
I
wasn't there literally wasn't there to let.
I believe that I do agree with your comment that I think this is something that could potentially be an approved concept here, as long as they provide their insight into this standard operating procedure booklet, whatever. Whatever we develop within our team, the fire chief, the first responders, and I believe a lot of that information is already in the documentation that we provided.
For the 35-pager response.
Right, it's just how we want to show it to you, I guess, or
How you want to see it.
how we decipher it into how.
So what do we, so to your point, we'll wait for Labella's comments back.
It would be helpful if we could work, if Labella would meet with us and talk through what they're looking for. So we could actually be generating it rather than responding. They have yet to sit down with us and have a discussion. We could probably move faster and be more accurate if we could
So-
have that conversation.
I think that's a statement of obvious fact, and I think the reason they haven't sat with you is because they only got your 35-page report last Tuesday. And they didn't have the time to legitimately sit down. So when we get that report, I think it would be a good idea that they sit down with you to make sure that everybody's on the same page.
But if we had had the meeting before the 35-page report, the 35-page report probably would have been more accurate responding to their original 25 issues, but.
Yeah, but I think the feedback is as, I think. I think we can take this one. I think feedback well taken. I think we can take the feedback on this. I think to Kevin's point, what would be good is the next round. I mean, what we are a little worried about is, you know, we guess somebody wants an orange and they say put it in red, and when you get to my point later, that not only is the clock ticking, it is actually run out. I'll talk about that later. So I think what Kevin's asking for is just the second they're ready to do that, let's see if we can sit down with them and hear.
All right, so
So we
here's,
take the feedback on the challenge.
go ahead, Helena.
Something to bolster your comment, at the beginning of Mr. Davis's review, or he says, page 1. Blah, blah. However, many of the measures described remain general in nature and lack the site-specific engineering analysis, operational detail, and performance standards necessary to fully evaluate emergency response capabilities at this facility. And that's the first page. I never even made it to the page that you're referencing.
So
just to bolster your comment,
Yeah.
you know, I mean.
And that's
if
because
they're gonna
Pat-
move forward, there needs to be detail, you know, it has to be site-specific detail.
And that's because Pat didn't have the 35-page
Right.
document, okay? So here's what I'll warrant to you. I'm waiting for the response to your document. Next week, after I get this on Friday, I will call the meeting. If you guys say that it would be useful for you if you read this, hey, we want to sit with Labella, I'll call the meeting, they'll be there. We'll have Peter there as the fire expert, maybe Pat, I don't know, we'll see. And if we need the CEO, fine, and 1 or 2 other members of the board. I can't have more than 3 members of the board. It's not legal, right?
Understood.
And I'll call the meeting, make sure it happens, and
No
we'll
virtual
get down,
meeting for that?
wait a minute, I'm not finished. And we'll get down to brass tacks as to what's missing and what are you guys gonna do about it? Oh, here it is, we missed it, whatever the case may be. I'm sorry, Kevin.
Is virtual an option for that meeting? Because we need our engineers.
I don't like virtual, but if that's the only way to get it done next week, sure.
Yeah, and we're very open to that. In fact, I think the last planning board meeting, we even spoke to Chris and Chris 1 and Chris 2, and said, we're happy to work directly with them, keeping you in the loop. But if you can provide that approval, I guess, for them to work with us, so we can like almost.
I'll call them tomorrow
Okay.
and tell them we're gonna have the meeting.
Okay.
When they, excuse me, after they get their report done. I don't think it makes any sense to do it. Let them do whatever it is. And then you can both sit down as professionals and go through it. And my role would just be to say, pardon the French, stop the crap. What do you need to get this done on both sides? And if we can't come to any kind of a meeting of the minds, that the board can then dive into and approve or not approve. But that's where we're at right now with circling the wagons. And this board needs to get reassurances from our experts that everything is fine.
And something that we talked about when we were in the field today is the risk. So we were talking about, this is where I go back to your emergency warning, your early warning,
Early detection.
early detection. I think that's an important component of the conversation. So talking about preventative measures is maybe missing from some of the conversation in the letters that I saw, because I didn't, and I don't know. Beyond just saying that, I don't really have anything to add, although Dave and Hans were also at the site visit. But there is a lot of work that goes into early detection,
So,
right? And I think that that factors into the likelihood of a real major
okay,
event.
so guess what? You're gonna be the other member of the board that's gonna be in the meeting.
And that's perfect, because she was very vocal today, and we love that feedback. Because it makes our job easier.
We do
That
too.
that we're aiming for a target, because to be honest with you, this is something that we haven't done at any other facility of our 42 electric.
So we'll be the model. We won't even charge you for it. Is the board okay is the board okay that Jen and I are the two members that are there?
Yes.
Okay, so let's do that. I understand you're frustrated. The board is equally as frustrated. We need to come to either yes or no. But in order to do that, we need to have a meeting that, hey, this is the best we can do. This is what it is.
Agreed.
And, okay, so,
Perfect.
all right. And no, I can't set a public hearing tonight
Can you help educate me on this
because,
a little bit? Yeah.
because I don't. What are we gonna do with the public hearing? I'm gonna listen to the public. There's nothing specific for them to react to. It's your document. I don't have the Labella document in front of me. So it just makes no sense.
Let me modify.
You're close to complete. So
Sorry?
the application is not close, isn't close to.
Well, that's an even more
completeness.
succinct way of saying it.
Right, well, it's incomplete and you want to present to the public and to the board. A complete application so they can review it and provide comments. Where you lose the public is if, let's say you do open the comment period now, they're gonna spend a lot of time reviewing something. Thinking that they've done their review and then it's gonna change. So that's a good reason not to have open the public hearing tonight.
Well, let me see if I can take this one a little bit. I totally understand 7/27 meeting. Needs to be the next section of this, right, with hammering out some of those things. I didn't know if it was is it 8/13? I wasn't sure what that next meeting post that is.
August 10th?
10.
10th.
Okay, I think what our ask was tonight, we are, when I was talking before, the EPA is going to pull this from us. Kevin has to tell them tomorrow, we have exhausted we're working it with them, so we are at. DEFCON 1 risk of losing this. They have 100 other suitors they can give me money to. We have a ton locally in New York that are screaming for this, so our ability to say we're working on it and we're trading more documents and more documents. We have hit the wall. So we understand the 7/27 meeting, we understand that feedback. What I think we wanted to know is, can we at least get the 8/10 meeting set? Because if we don't tell them we have a public hearing going, I think we're gonna be telling the town we're giving them back.
So I'll ask the board, is the board willing to say something to the effect, assuming that the meeting of the 27th is successful, we'll have the public hearing on the 10th of August.
Yeah,
We don't set
I
it.
think it's fair to say theoretically, here's the schedule, so you guys need to work to a schedule and, It can't, obviously, things come up, so things can change, but theoretically, we're looking at getting comments back from Labella, which is that's the process, right? Get the comments back. That allows you guys to respond to those comments, right? And so then we're all on the same page. We're speaking the same language. And then if we tentatively, we'd say, yeah, if all is right with the world, we'll have the public hearing that following meeting. And then that gives you an idea of time.
So what I'm suggesting is that the board agrees to do that, but we're not gonna set it officially in the newspaper until we finish the meeting of the 27th. And that we still have time after the meeting of the 27th, which is a Monday. If we set the meeting legally on Tuesday, correct me when I'm wrong or right, we're okay. We can have the public hearing on the 10th. We need X amount of days for notice. We need X amount of days to be in the newspaper.
Yeah.
So if the board agrees, we'll do that. But it won't be to the meeting of the 27th that I tell the secretary, go.
Gotcha.
And we appreciate that.
Yeah.
And that at least allows you to say, look, they tentatively set it for the 10th, assuming blah, 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 blah. You tell them whatever you want to tell them. I'm tongue in cheek. But we need to have a meeting of the minds on the 27th, and to get that, I'm willing to meet with you guys next week with Labella, with you all, to hash, and Jennifer, to hash through this.
We really appreciate that.
But I want to remind you again, the fire department is the one that has the ultimate responsibility for a disaster of one sort. Fire department, the Kingston, mutual aid, whatever. If they say, if their comments are political, they don't like EVs, well, I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in safety.
And we agree and love that safety discussion because.
Okay, so that's the discussion we're gonna have.
Be careful there. We love.
Whether or not it branches out into anything else is not this board's concern. Is it safe or not?
And I think if you can come prepared to talk about likelihood of an emergency and just scope that out very clearly, I think that would go a long way to reassuring fire department.
I want to make the same comment because the way you explained it to us today was very comforting to me in a way is that actually. I feel actually that there's less risk than with diesel. So
I don't think anybody wants to
but
blow this up just for the sake of blowing it up. On this at the same time, nobody is on the sport, I don't think. Speak for myself. We're not gonna die on the hill if the fire department says. We believe it's a disaster.
Right.
And am I willing to fall on my sword? So I have to evaluate, this board has to evaluate the safety measures that have been put into place.
That's fair
Okay.
statement. We get, and I guess I think
And environmental.
I'm gauging my own candor here. I think what we're a little concerned with is we're not sure there's anything, we're on year 2 of showing enough facts and figures to kill anything. No, we've been meeting with the fire department since 24. And I guess what we're saying is we're not 100% sure we will ever win that argument. And even if we don't, at some point, we'll have to ask for a hearing and a vote. So I would love to come out of next meeting with everybody smiling. But we're gonna do everything possible. You gave us great feedback today.
You guys will do whatever possible, then it's up to this board to do the heavy lift.
All said.
I would just want to point out that in terms of the scenario you're presenting, one of the board's decisions before we get to a decision on site plan approval would be a seeker determination. And in particular, what you would need in order to move forward quickly would be what's called a negative declaration. That's a finding that there's no significant adverse environmental impact. And so you would need to demonstrate that on the issue of safety over and above what the fire department was saying, and just to follow through on what I think your scenario is.
Dave, I never disagree with our attorney, but I thought we
already.
Oh, is this type 2 complete?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I get it, sorry.
All three of us.
The type 2 list is constantly expanding like an amoeba. I missed that one.
That doesn't mean that we can't consider those things, and when we did it at type 2, we said. there's enough in our special use section of our code that allows us to look at the
Yeah,
same.
absolutely.
Right, so that's how we
But
decided. to
I
go with
think
that.
correctly, we don't have to take that particular procedural step. It'd be the board then do the site plan approval.
And we did go to the counties, and the county has definitely said, quote unquote, we'll pass.
Sitting it out, yeah.
Great, I assume that you're addressing emergency issue on site or outside, somewhere on the route, the same way as the
That SOP we submitted 6, 8 weeks ago lays out both on-site and off-site standard operating procedure for any indication of a battery incident.
Thank you, just one.
Yeah, it's not in the 35-page response we just submitted. That was responding to Labella. We submitted 3 other documents around SOPs, safety plans in advance of that. That lays out those issues.
And I think I think we can make those.
Yeah, we can grab
Yeah, I
those,
think
put
we've
them in
got
another
good feedback.
document
We could make those.
if we need
a
to.
little more friendly.
All right, so next week,
You set the time, we'll be there. We gotta get this resolved.
Yeah, we have no more time.
Yeah.
Our time is up. On so many levels, we're just trying to please our client, obviously, the school district. So whatever we can do to get over that hurdle.
But again, thank you. I think what you laid out is the Lavella meeting, 27th meeting, providing we can make some. Come to, and then the 10th,
I'll
Kevin
shoot-
could choose what he
I'll shoot
says.
for Monday so we can get it done early in the
That would
week.
be fantastic.
All right.
By the way, we really do appreciate it. We know you have a
And
lot going on.
if you would like to come to the location, so let us know. We can work that out.
Thank you. I
One of us may
appreciate
not
that.
be
I
there.
just didn't want to get there and then come here. We usually have late night dinners and.
Yeah, no, let us know. We would be happy to have you. out.
Well,
Thank you very much. I would like to take you up on that.
And the simplest way, not that it's.
Or maybe when you meet.
I was gonna say, or whether we meet live or on the 27th is super simple, right? Either of those.
Yeah, Helena couldn't make it. We had tried.
No, I understand. I
But if
guess
you
I
guys could
did
accommodate
appreciate
her
it. I
coming.
really did.
That'd be great.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think the meeting went very well today, just as it did when we met on site as well. Jennifer brought some great feedback along with David and Hans. So I think I think being on the site really opens
Absolutely. You have to, you have to.
opens it up to a better understanding.
What is the date that you guys are meeting? If you still don't know? All right, so I'll give you my schedule because it's getting very compressed and if I can squeeze it in, maybe before you meet with them,
Sure.
We'll work it out.
whatever, appreciate
And
that.
my
I
promise
really-
is not,
No, I really do because I felt badly that I could not make tonight's meeting.
my promise is not to make you wear safety vests in the hot sun or anything.
I've done it.
That's smarter.
I've done it my whole career.
We're gonna 90 days days.
I hope to think like it's.
Okay,
something-
we're having such fun. We forgot to actually do the motion on the public hearing. On the tentative public hearing, so I'm
For what date?
for
August
August.
10th.
I make a motion to tentatively set the public hearing on August 10th, 2026.
And I second.
And may I just add, depending upon the outcome of our meeting of the 27th.
Sure, pending the outcome of the meeting on the 27th.
Okay,
Fair enough.
motion's okay with, that's all right?
Yeah.
Second? All in favor?
I,
Okay, so an aye for the chair, so 6 to 0. Okay,
Thank you.
all right.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much.
well,
Helena, before you, I just want to tell the public something.
Sure.
So for the rest of the public, sorry?
I saw Nelson Hall keeping everybody else. I don't know.
So for the rest of the public, some things have come up where our attorney has advised us that he wants to have a client attorney meeting before we meet with Rob Tom. So in order to do that, and it's not an executive meeting, doesn't qualify, it's simply a meeting between the attorney and the board members and their advisors. So I'm gonna clear the room. It'll probably be a half hour,
No, 20 minutes.
20 minutes, and then we'll call everybody back. But this is a late breaking item, and we need to have this separate meeting. Okay, so I would ask everybody to leave. Jeff, I think I mentioned this to you already.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna go, our attorney tells us he needs 20 minutes with us,
Put it on.
and then we'll come get you. All right? Thank you.
Right, minute.
Sorry.
This.
It was good.
Personal access.
Thanks.
We're just waiting for one of the. We're not meditating, we're just waiting for one of the members to return. And here we go. All righty, so, sorry for the delay. But in any case, you have us or we have you for the next 2 or 3 hours, whatever amount of time.
Someone's have to get in.
Yeah, I wanna go home.
So what I was planning on doing, first I'd like you to introduce yourselves again, because there's one gentleman here who I don't recognize. So we can do that.
Adam Stallrow is with the firm of Steve Paget and. Cy Paget and Mazarsa.
Okay, great. So the way I want to run to the rest of tonight is the board's looked at the draft that you provided us with and has made members of the board have made many comments, and we're compiling those comments. Jeff, you have a copy of the draft with the comments. Refer to that as the draft final scoping document. So I'm going to ask the board to discuss those comments at this point. If they wish to get input from the other members of the board. So it'll be just a discussion amongst us for a wee bit. That could be 5 minutes, it could be 15 minutes, it could be whatever. And then I'm going to turn it over to the applicant, for you guys to make any comments about our comments. Again, Jeff, you have the comments. You got the comments at the same time that the rest of the board got it, which was Friday, I believe, is when I sent it to you, Thursday night or Friday. So I'm going to turn to the board and ask the board if they want to talk about any of the comments that you saw from your colleagues, or any other comments that you didn't make, but you'd like to make tonight. Process-wise, we have 2 more weeks till our next meeting to come up with the final draft of the scoping document. And then that scoping document has to be issued on July 30th to meet the timeframe. So does anybody from the board want to get started on their comments?
I can come.
Go ahead, Serena.
About our document, right?
Sorry?
About our document,
Well, but that their document that we're commenting on.
Chapter 2, description of the proposed action. I think it needs to start from item C, project purpose and needs, and make it A. Sort of like a beginning.
All right, so I'm looking for, not particularly looking for format changes. You can send those to us in writing. Dave can take care of them, or grammar stuff or anything like that. I'm looking for content that you feel is missing, sorry,
Okay, yes.
that we need to add content.
Chapter 3, environmental safety impact and mitigation. I feel that the occupational number as a reserve prior being acquired by applicant and the water consumption discharge accounted for in DOH permit. It has to be set as a basis.
Dave, did you get
Because
that?
it's not there.
Dave, you have a comment about that?
What
Well, we're
section?
gonna have to discuss this, because I'm not sure everyone's in the same place.
Yeah, what section is? Sorry,
Chapter 3.
Pardon?
Chapter 3.
Section 3, potential significant environmental impact.
Chapter 3, wrong. In environmental safety and impact and mitigation.
Okay.
It's on bottom, it starts on the bottom of page 5.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The page numbers are, there's a couple blank pages, it's already with that.
And about contents, other stuff I'll send, there are some typos, but like a quality and quality.
Send us the typos separately.
Yeah, okay. But so that part was missing because it's.
So Dave, would you play back what you think you heard from?
Go ahead, Jim, Zoran, you were.
Chapter 3, Roman. Environmental safety and impact and mitigation.
Yeah.
I'm proposing to add occupation number as a result prior being acquired by the applicant and the water consumption discharge accounted for in Department of Health permit. So it's kind of basis for.
Okay, so you would put that in under groundwater resource?
Right, just one second, where is that?
on page 7.
Yeah, I haven't, I'm sorry, I haven't opened that. That's the verbiage.
Oh, groundwater waste.
Is it number 2, groundwater resources due to discharge of wastewater, is that correct?
Yes, it's page. Even on consent, sorry.
Helps or read it.
Want to work on it? We'll keep going.
Yeah.
Get back to you.
Okay, is this?
All right.
Scorpion.
Anybody else?
We've got a couple from Greg, right?
All right, go ahead.
Is Greg on?
Yep.
Greg, I can let him. You want to note the 2 sections you commented on was it this morning or yesterday?
This is Greg, Ball, engineer.
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm trying to find my email that I sent. The one,
Page 9, transportation, right?
well, yeah, there's actually, under transportation, page 7, the proposed action does not increase the population of the camp or its traffic, and that should be removed.
Yeah, right.
This application does increase the population of the camp and traffic. And then,
It's on page 9 in the red line version.
Oh, okay.
Page
Oh,
7.
okay.
Page
I'm
7
sorry.
is the earlier one.
page 7 of
There's
the
a
document.
paragraph that starts potential impacts. He's
Yes.
proposing to delete the second sentence.
Okay.
Okay.
What else, Greg?
And then also it's it's under consistency with community plans, section F. And it's the sentence, the paragraph that begins with the existing camp is not served with municipal sewer and water.
Yeah.
And the next sentence is the proposed action consisting of construction of a dining kitchen facility does not increase water demand or wastewater production, and that should be removed.
Yeah.
I'm suggesting that second sentence be removed.
It's on the markup version, page 12.
Yeah, it doesn't, it's not consistent. Dave, I can give you a specific.
Okay, just a second, while we're on the same page, under consistency with community plans 1 zoning B, the PUD got removed from the code in 2024. You can't do PUDs anymore.
Give me the page reference again. Dave.
Page reference 12, F1B. They propose a discussion of how the proposed project is consistent with the purposes and objectives of the plan unit development as defined in the Rochester Code shall be included. It was stricken from the code in 2024. There's no PUD permitted in the town anymore.
Are you looking at the draft environmental impact statement or?
Page 9 on
So
the.
the scope document that's been marked up, do they have the red line copy?
Because I don't have page 12 on what I
It's
was.
page 9 on what I have, so it's probably page 9 on
It
yours.
depends how you view it, by the way.
Cause I
Oh,
deleted
you
all the
deleted
extra
the blank
spaces,
pages.
and that's what I
You-
put on
you-
Community Club and sent to them.
There was some embedded formatting from Mark I didn't deal with.
Okay.
Depends how to review it.
Well, anyway, it's still F1B. Whatever page
Okay,
you
yes,
have it on.
discussion of
There's
how
no,
proposed
there's no
project.
PUD option in town code anymore.
Okay, so then.
Hasn't
that
been
should-
for 2 years.
So then that should be stricken.
Well, there's no point in describing it.
Right.
Because you can't do it.
Correct, so it should be stricken.
Okay. Thank you, Dave.
Okay, I would just note above there, the existing comprehensive plan for the town and county. The county doesn't have a comprehensive plan, as best I know. The town, comprehensive plan promotes a lot of things, not just tourism. If you're comfortable with that sentence, I don't care about it.
I'm fine.
Keeping it?
Yeah.
Okay.
What else?
That's all I got. Now you have, Stacy sent 3 public comments? Written public comments on this?
Oh.
I mean, I received a bunch
Today?
of public comments today,
I,
yeah,
please note,
and over.
no opportunity to review those.
Okay, So today was the deadline for additional written comments. So we'll take a look at those over the next 2 weeks. But we had given the public the ability to get comments into us up till today at midnight.
Did we forward the comments to them?
Did the comments go to Jeff?
I did not. I didn't even get them on Munich Lab yet. 'cause
Okay,
that
so
was
you
free.
will get them.
I have a question. On just
Go ahead.
Did we want to put in, a request for accident data on Cherrytown Road?
You mentioned that.
For, by New York State Police and Ulster County Sheriff from 2022
So the,
forward?
So you would suggest that be in the traffic section?
Yes, because we're asking for
It's
traffic.
transportation.
Yeah. And since we received numerous public comments and photos.
How does the board feel about that?
I'm just throwing it out. I have no horse.
I support that as well.
I do too.
Yeah, I mean, I think someone said, and I've seen this, usually when you do a traffic study, you have those examples of.
So we should just make sure that it's
That it's
included.
it. Yes, yeah. That's
All right, so
normal matter.
not sure what the exact terminology is, but something to the effect of accident data from official accident data.
We ask for traffic counts, whatever.
Yeah,
Dave can
I'll
correct
get a
something, right?
sentence in there for you.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Alina, anything else?
At this point, no.
We're back to Zorian.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
what I meant on page 4, environmental safety and impact and mitigation, down below existing conditions. So what I was,
You wanted to elaborate there.
right,
Okay. You want to say it out loud and see if you got support,
okay,
and I can,
do it.
you can help me with the language if you got support.
Add the occupation number at the resort prior being acquired by the applicant. And the water consumption and discharge accounted for in the DOH permit in 2012.
So I didn't exactly follow what you're recommending.
And where?
He wants to,
Under,
in Roman numeral 3, the second paragraph has 3 bullets,
Yep,
a couple of members propose putting reasonable worst case scenario as a 4th
yep,
item under the existing conditions item.
right.
He wants to elaborate.
okay.
And Dave, the elaboration that he's suggesting?
You're saying you want the existing conditions to be essentially reference the occupation number at the time of purchase of the property?
Right,
Is that,
by previous owner,
At the time of purchase, you want to know what the occupation, what the number was.
right,
I would vote no,
okay.
personally,
What about the water?
leave it for now, because I don't know. A good answer.
Well, I guess what's the usefulness of the number? Are you questioning the usefulness of that number?
No, I'm just saying that like, usually for existing condition, potential impacts, et cetera, you just leave it. You just say existing conditions and that's to be defined. In the draft plans. Yeah, that's all articulated.
Okay.
You have to explain it, but it's not in this document. It's in.
So as long as it shows up in final. I said, as long as it showed up in final. In EIS. The existing condition in details, so if.
Okay. Anybody else?
So this issue that I raised about occupancy and the number of occupants per room on a safety basis, said that accommodation for that within this type of room. There's a question, so.
Are you saying is there a place in the document for that issue?
Well, yeah, I mean, is it something that we should raise here? Because I have a concern about the occupancy per room, and then that gets into, it's a safety issue.
Well, if it's a safety issue, then you could raise it as a. matter of
Because with that occupancy, then you're getting into, fire, evacuation and so forth.
So how about we try this on that one? The claim is that there's 700 that there's room for 770 people. Does everybody agree with that, that that's what the claim has been?
Yeah.
So you're asking for, given the 126 or whatever number of rooms,
Yes,
under what authority, namely what permitting authority, the state or the town level, are you housing those 770 people in those 126 rooms? How are you doing that? Does that frame what you're asking?
yeah, well, how you're accommodating that many people within the facility that's there.
So you're concerned with the notion of if you have 126 rooms and 770 people, that's 6 people per room.
And so, health and safety occupancy per room, but health and safety with egress and so on.
So Dave, I think the other Dave is looking for, in some section, an explanation of explain how you meet the health and safety requirements of New York State with respects to the occupancy of the rooms, given X number of people that you portray as being the number that you have there, where you have capacity for. How do you do that with 126 rooms?
Well, we had in the trying to consolidate all the comments in the description of proposed action. D, there was a section called approvals, reviews, and permits where we added substantial language, maybe David, in there somehow?
Is that a question?
Does that work? It's a question to him.
I think it's
Does
the right.
that work for you, or
I
but
think it's
or do
the
you
right-
need more in there?
Dave's question, I mean, we can talk about identifying the permits, I think in this case, we're gonna end up with a Department of Health permit. But Dave's question is more substantive, as I'm understanding it. He's saying as a seeker impact, that we need to look at the safety issues inherent with the level of population that they're applying for against the site that they're applying for.
Right.
And does that raise any safety issues, given the configuration, given the safety plans? It's a very similar issue to what we were contemplating with Ridgeview,
That's exactly right.
right? It's the same thing that how is the camp managing its safety issues, right?
yeah.
And
Well, you've got A through G on potential environmental impacts. You gotta pick a category to be consistent with the part 2 and 3 of the positive declaration. So where does safety go?
so safety was not, we didn't identify it in part
No,
3?
you did not. Now, not to say it's not a site plan issue.
It's just not a secret issue.
Currently
As currently.
written, you have categories of groundwater, aesthetics, historic and archaeological, transportation, noise, odor, light, consistency with community plans and consistency with community character is the impact category. So you'll have to figure out where safety would go in there.
So what you're saying is that because we didn't, because to put it more bluntly, because Dave didn't speak up at the time that we did the part 3, or the pod's dead, then we can't do it now.
We could have to. I mean, there's a room full of attorneys. I don't want to talk about process.
Go for
But
it.
but you'd either have to amend your prior decisions on the POS deck, or you have to do a site plan review if you want to factor in
I'm not-
safety
I
issues.
hear you, but I don't know, we're drafting a scope.
Yeah, I know it doesn't cleanly fit in any of these categories.
Would it be subject to the site plan approval?
Absolutely.
If it
Yeah.
doesn't fit in,
Okay.
I'm asking.
I know we talked about it for Ridgeview, Dave,
It's definitely part of site plan. Right?
but we never got,
But what we're doing here is we'd be authorizing the EIS to cover it. I mean, so we could do it in site plan, but the whole question of looking at it would be,
I mean, if it fits in the EIS.
public safety should be an issue for seeker review. I don't see where again, we were raising it for Ridgeview.
I remember talking about that.
It's
On that.
critical.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's a bad experience of
Mhm.
driving
Well, I
one
think-
question.
I think it's absolutely a criteria in town code for the special use and site plan approval.
Well,
I I'm just a compiler
Does
here.
it go under,
If you want to get it into this seeker review, you've got to.
does it go under the public services? Isn't there like at the end?
I don't think so, but
Not public services, it's
No.
it's a question of the safety of the configuration of the facility.
yeah.
Well, a completely legitimate issue.
All right,
The
so
question
what
is
do we-
whether it's a, it's a, it's a DEIS issue or not.
In the section on the declaration of significance, one of the criteria for a POS deck or a neg deck is the creation of a hazard to human health. So,
And are they environmental hazards?
sure, I mean, if if DOT is building a road, if the road's too close to the cliff, that, you know, you want somebody to figure that out, right?
Never had to do that.
How about we give it some thought? You know, this is this is the formal review of that draft, but we still have 2 weeks to raise
Yeah.
issues, and if this is an issue we don't have an answer for,
Let me.
then let's just consider
We
it.
can hear from the applicant on it.
Why don't you make a note of it, Dave, and we'll. If we have to talk about it during the week, fine. Anybody else?
Let me just ask one question, Dave, have you ever dealt with this issue with respect to,
No,
on project in New Paltz,
this specific, no.
configurations or anything like that?
I
Or
mean, it's on my daily.
Can I make a suggestion? Sorry, I work.
go for it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we could probably fit it in under consistency with community character because that deals with potential demand for community services like police and fire. It's the closest fit,
Backdoor.
I think. If we're gonna end up doing it for site plan review anyway, so we might as well do it
Right.
now, and that's where I think
Thank you,
logically go.
Okay, there you go.
there you go.
And we didn't even have to pay for that advice. Anything else? I have a couple of questions, a couple of items that that I've been thinking of. And I've heard other members of the board mention them, and this is to do with permits. Dave, you had talked about permits. Helena, I think you talked about permits. And the conversation. We okay? And the conversation was around. We've only found 2 sets of permits. One permit had to do with one was from 2024, another one was from 2025. One had to do with the resort use. And it mentioned certain prohibitions to certain items, and then it mentioned the occupancy of 126 rooms, it mentioned that. And then there was another permit that we found that suggested that had to do with the camp. I believe that was from 2024 or 2025. But anyway, we only found 2 permits. And we had the discussion around, well, what about the whole issue of the camp itself? We know it was bought as a resort. So it's a resort. But you were asking the question of when did we ever get any evidence that town has, the building department has approved this as a camp? And then beyond that, for each of the years that it's operated as either a resort or a camp, including this year, where are those specific permits from the DOH
Or the
permitting permitting the camp operation and then also permitting the resort operation, both of which, as far as I know, are annual permits that have to be issued by the DOH. So there's both the allowance on the part of the building department for a camp to exist. Where is that? We've never been able to find that. And I think we would want to see that. And then also the annual permits having to do with the operation of the resort and the annual permit of the operation of a camp, for which we can't find evidence from the town that that was ever approved. And as I said, I only found 2 permits in all the documents that I've gone through. Does anybody have anything they want to add to that from the board?
I don't have anything.
I don't think.
The presumption's been the applicant purchased a resort.
Right.
it can continue to be a resort. Tell me if I'm getting out of my lane. But the assumption is they don't need town approval to be a resort,
Correct.
correct? Because they bought a functioning resort.
Right.
The camp side of it is what we have no evidence the town ever even reviewed or approved.
All right, so let's throw that out there. Obviously, the applicant must have an opinion about that. So let's throw that out as something that we want to be, I don't know where it
Which maybe
goes.
just, we can't find it.
So it needs to be part of our scope. We want to see those things at least as evidence that it was approved. I
Right,
don't
so
know
we added an existing,
I think it's,
at the request of working with Helena and Jennifer and others, there's a section added about the
existing conditions.
existing conditions to document, itemize and explain what permits are out there.
Right.
Existing permits,
Sorry,
right? So it's like all of the approvals required under the proposed action. Involved agencies
Right.
and then the existing permits as well.
Right.
So between the two, that helps because it's an ongoing, like, because it already existed, it's not like it's a empty field where they're gonna build something, right?
now those, for anybody, those permits are in the. Well, forget it, it doesn't make any difference where I found them, but I found them. Okay, that was all that I had.
Was that what you were getting at?
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Where are the permits, but even more importantly, where was the original documentation from the town that said, yeah, you can operate as a camp?
Okay,
That's a use.
hi.
Go ahead.
Getting a little late to this. This is in regards to Dave Roberts, and we have the 2012 map, Pine Grove Ranch Family Resort showing existing sewage outfalls, right? And so it gives occupancy.
So what document's this? What?
It's the 2012 septic, map,
okay.
it's an old map, but
Yeah.
it describes a flow summary, flow rates during youth group events. And here it sets out the facility has a total of 126 rooms, which typically have occupancy of 2 persons per room. However, on occasion, youth groups are held at the facility with a maximum occupancy of 4 persons per room. So, and then there's calculations out for outfall 1, 50 rooms, but that is the only, my understanding, that is the only document that I've seen. That we have that gives you what the prior occupancy was at the Pine Grove. With the resort and camp together. So no more than 4 people per room.
Thank you.
And that is it's the Pine Grove Ranch and Family Resort. This is the title, showing existing sewage outfalls, Medenbach and Eggers, dated May 3rd, 2012.
Helena, may I just add to that?
Yeah.
It's in an email from which we have.
Oh, it should be, we've had this map for a very long time, but
long
Greg
time.
Holmer has utilized it, I found it.
It's in an email from Greg Bolner, and the email is dated 4/27/26. And the map, here's a copy of it.
Yeah.
Take a look at-
No, but we've had this map even before, even before.
Meaningful up as well?
Sorry?
Is it the meaningful up as well?
I don't know, I just
don't
found,
know.
see, I couldn't find, I hate Unicolab. And I couldn't find it in Unicolab, so I went through Greg's
Okay.
emails.
It was in Greg's
Thank you, Greg.
emails, so. Anything else, Helena?
That's it, sorry, I was digging.
No, that's-
At the
that's
Dread
fine.
Dave's.
Yeah, thanks.
I can do my comments.
Go ahead.
So I don't really have, there's a few like typos I found,
Yeah, that's minor.
That's like whatever. The majority of my comments are in Spigot and D transportation, page 9, word is labeled page 9.
This is transportation.
Yeah. When you're ready.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah.
Well, you should pitch them see if you got agreement, and then I'll pay attention.
Okay, so, I think, I had to step out because I left this at home, so I had to get somebody to email it to me. But Greg, I think Greg caught under potential impacts, the two sentences, the first two sentences there, the traffic associated will represent the existing baseline. We deleted those, did we strike those through?
We deleted, at this point, you deleted the second sentence in the paragraph that begins potential impacts.
So I propose we delete the first sentence, the traffic associated with the operation of the existing camp will represent the existing baseline condition. And just start with the ITE manual of transportation studies, et cetera, et cetera. Anybody?
That's fine.
Is that fine?
That's fine.
And then the following page under the traffic analysis. The second sentence says, the analysis would be completed for the 4 scenarios during the peak hours identified in the order. I propose we delete the 4. And just say, the analysis would be completed for scenarios during the peak hours identified.
Okay.
And then under mitigation measures, we say identify safety improvements or capacity improvements, blah, blah, blah. I would propose that we add after capacity improvements and or road improvements if indicated.
So what was the first part of that sentence?
Identify safety improvements, capacity improvements. I'm proposing we add in and or road improvements if indicated. To mitigate.
And or road improvements.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And or.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Everybody okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then under noise, odor and light, I had a couple, so under noise. One, noise. The last paragraph at the bottom of page 10. The determination of noise levels shall be made. I propose we add in. Delete using. And add in. By collecting field measurements and with the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation.
So read the sentence, the determination of noise levels shall be made.
By collecting field measurements and with the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation guidelines.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yep.
And that was, I think that's all I have.
We still got time too, because we gotta deal with these public comments, so man, right?
Yeah.
That's all I had. That was
You
material.
want me to try to summarize?
The public comments?
They could try to synthesize the public comments. To the extent that they go to the content of the scoping document and share it with everybody.
Yeah, the public comments, we got at least 3 today, right?
I got like 12 over between the weekend and today.
So we need to, you and I need to go through those. And call out of them, make sure that we've got everything from those.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we can do it now.
We're not gonna do it now.
No, yeah, no, we have no.
Pages of stuff.
Yeah.
Most were traffic based. That have new information.
You're talking about public comments, the way that.
Because the comments up till then were mostly, we need more time. With some specific comments that we included in here.
Yeah, there was one, I didn't know there was that many. The one that I saw was from Mike Baden.
Yeah.
Right, he has some specific suggestions.
Yeah. So they all had specific suggestions, but I think many of them were already covered. I'm not sure about his. I didn't get into his detail. So perhaps you and I in the next day or two, we can go through that.
Okay.
I have one, I want to ask the board if this would be useful in considering the FEIS when we look at the FEIS. The maps that we've got.
DEIS. The FEIS is the final, you mean the
Yeah,
DEIS?
sorry,
Thank you.
all right, when we look at the DEIS. we've gotten copies of the maps, and at one point in time, I think it was Greg who put together based on some information from the applicant, put together on the map, identified each building, how many bedrooms were in each building, how many people were intended to be in each building, kind of go hand in hand. He also identified each building, what outflow, there are 6 outfalls, septic
That's,
outfalls.
yeah, that's included on that 2012 map that I
Right.
referenced.
So
The occupancy.
which under the current operation, that was past operation, but under the current operation, which buildings were feeding what outfalls?
Very
and
good.
Whether or not the allowed effluent from the Speedies permit that added up to 27.4, whether or not the actual effluent projected from each of those buildings that are feeding that, what was that number? What was that proposed number? Based upon what is the function of the building? How many bedrooms are there? And I'll give you an example. Either there's a new building or a renovated building. I don't remember which right now. That contains 30, 40, 50 showers,
Right,
question mark.
Right.
And then, so yada, yada, yada. So there's been changes.
That
Go
a
ahead.
little bit, like, I think it was the mini golf building was demoed and replaced, I think, and turned into a mikvah that had 90 showers. I mean, I'd have to
Yes.
go back into
That
all
was
that
good
work.
enough that I
There
saw.
was that, then, they demoed or put in another addition onto the dorm with additional bedrooms. That, so I guess, what are you asking you, we
What
have
is
a
the-
before, a facility map that indicates
What's the
all
current
of the buildings
configuration?
on the map and their uses.
Right. Well, their uses, bedrooms or showers, blah, 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 blah. So how many bedrooms, how many people, what's the use? And then if there's effluent coming out of that building for.
And
one
which,
reason or
and
another,
which outfall is that switch being directed to?
Going to, so that we can
Yes.
compare that to the allowed effluent from the Speedies permit. Because the Speedies
Right.
permit says X number in total, but it
Per-
identifies each
It
one.
has it for each outfall.
Yes, I would absolutely expect that to be in the draft, yes.
So-
We'll have to
It
come
has
up,
to be.
I can't give you the wording. Maybe Greg and I and Jennifer can come up with the language on how to address that.
Dave, are you following what we're,
I'll put a note, you'll get me something.
Yes,
okay,
I have to go back into my notes, but I went through all the building
In
permits,
the
and
end,
changes
it's
to
a
the
map with
buildings.
some narrative or
Pardon?
a map with some narrative.
You want me to give you that, or?
Wait, where
No,
do we?
you're requesting a map that shows all this.
Yes.
With a
Correct,
narrative.
Greg, can we?
with an
Our
hour,
engineer, Mr. Bowler, am I correctly identifying what you want?
Can I ask, are we talking about putting this in the scope or the EIS?
I
The
don't know, I
EIS,
was just trying to
it needs
figure out
to,
what he
it
was
needs to
asking.
get into the EIS.
Yes, agreed.
In order to get it there, I want to make sure it's part of the scope.
So I think we could add a sentence. That
Under
just
the
says-
pre-exist,
Under
not sure.
existing conditions.
You could add something under groundwater that just says. I'm gonna make something up, but something like. The septic will be evaluated. However you wanna say, like. Based on outfalls, reach, like you could.
Or how about like a map of 2026 of all buildings, uses and which,
Oh, you're talking
and
about-
and associated outfalls to be provided.
I just don't want to make it
I don't wanna get
general,
it
so
too specific.
general.
I can't come up with something on the spot.
If we agree with what Helena and I said is what we
And
want,
what Greg.
how do we get that through in words so that they do it?
I would ask Greg exactly what terminology to use, but it would be
Yes.
something like the wastewater will be evaluated.
For
Not just,
outfall or.
it's not just the total load into the site.
No,
like
it's
outfalls, but
it's
also there
per-
are
it's-
multiple systems that go
Yes.
into outfalls, so like,
Yes.
you're gonna get every level.
So you need a map to identify.
It's not only the outfalls,
Right.
almost, it gets to Dave's question about occupancy.
Yes,
Because
Well,
tell me about the bedrooms in each one of the buildings. And how many people are in each of those bedrooms to add up to,
you could put it,
I'm
how
not,
about you?
do we have to have this language tonight?
No,
Okay,
No,
The language, the language,
Speaking,
the language is in essence already there.
okay,
Under A, groundwater resources, the last sentence says that the camp is served by several existing subsurface disposal systems that are authorized under a single speedies permit and Ulster County Department of Health approval. The configuration and the ability of the current septic system to properly discharge wastewater will be examined in the DEIS. We could add a little wording in there to say for each
Yes.
for each system
for each
and then
outfall,
depicted on for each outfall.
put in each outfall, I think.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, you got the language now, or you're gonna work on it?
I think we're gonna maybe.
I'll add something in there and send it to you, Dave.
Okay.
Yeah. And do we want something about number of people / bedrooms in each?
Well, I think that as long, do we talk about occupancy up top? Because if we talk generally about occupancy, then it ties together.
Okay,
We don't have to say it in the analysis area, if you say it like,
all right,
it's like implied.
all right. Anybody have any other comments? So Greg, you'll get Dave something?
Yes.
All right. Jen, you have anything else?
Mine were all transportation ones.
Okay. Anybody? Only once.
I guess others in the applicant, we've got a few days, right?
Well, you and I can work
We've
on,
got, because we got to deal with the public comments.
we'll get
Are
through
still being received? Is that what I hear?
Till midnight tonight.
midnight tonight.
Okay. So
So we'll have to work on that
I'll
tomorrow.
synthesize all those. Right,
Yeah, I got 14.
Okay.
14.
So there's one last thing I want to mention. I don't believe it's applicable to the scope, but it was something I observed over the weekend when we lost power. I was coming back and I noticed that it was just everyone's power was out, and it occurred to me, like, does the camp have generators? Because I don't know how they're getting water or whatever, so it's something to add to our list. To evaluate. Or, as part of the project, because they should have water. I don't know what the health requirements are, but presumably you have to be able to provide water. If you have camp in session, and so they would need generators at a minimum for the water, unless they have a water tower. I don't think they have a tank or anything.
It's a good question, because it's a lot of people.
It's a lot of people who not have power and flushing toilets and stuff,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
I don't think it needs to, there's no words to put in the draft scope or the final scope, but for the actual analysis we want. That would have to go in there.
So I'm not sure, do you want to,
No, I just wanted to mention it to everyone.
okay,
I have it on my list, but just in case anyone has anything to add.
is that a site plan issue?
Use the wheels.
Have to think about it. I mean, it's kind of a health issue, in my opinion.
Yeah, it is, it's interesting, it's a good one, given our experience, as you say, people lost power for a week. It's 700 people up there for a week. Potentially with that. It's
Okay.
a lot.
So I think that's not gonna be all the extra comments. We gotta go through the publics. And if the board comes up with any other comments, fine. I think we need to, all right, so let me hear from anything else. Otherwise, I'm gonna ask the applicant.
We've
if
got
they-
the housekeeping matter,
What's that, Dave?
questions 19 and 20.
Oh, go ahead, tell us about that.
So they made secret revisions. We went through this recently with another applicant. I'm advising the board for your part 2 for this project. We need to quickly go through 2 new items that were added to the seeker review: impact on disadvantaged communities and future physical climate risks. Took effect June 12th, and this project doesn't have the appropriate approvals to be exempt from this.
Okay.
So up front, I'm advising you can answer both these no. Or low impact. Should I proceed?
Yes, is everybody all right with that, the board?
Okay, you want me to read them?
Yes,
Impact on disadvantaged communities. So as background, I did the analysis using the disadvantaged community assessment tool that DEC has now. to repeat from a previous project we reviewed, there are no mapped or defined disadvantaged communities in the town of Rochester. And second, there are no pollutants that meet the definition in the seeker regulations that would be in play for such disadvantaged communities, so that it fails the two primary tests. So we're just going along here, the board, you can, how you want to handle this, a nodding or a vote at the end? What do you want to do, Rick?
Let's just do a vote at the end.
The impact on disadvantaged communities, proposed project may impact a disadvantaged community, yes or no? My advice is no.
It's no, it's not an,
It's
it's
a no.
not,
Okay.
it's not in a map DJ area.
No,
Correct.
So,
And there aren't any pollutants involved in the proposal. They would,
right.
okay? So we are not required to go through the small questions if you,
correct,
okay?
right.
Second.
Do you want to vote on that? That's number 19. You want to vote
That's
on that?
19. Want to do them together or separately?
Do it together. Let's,
Okay, new question 20, question impact area 20. Future physical climate risks. The proposed project may be vulnerable to future physical climate risks or increase the vulnerability of human or ecological communities to future physical climate risks. And the categories under this include proposed action will be vulnerable to damage from a projected 100-year flood. Proposed action will be vulnerable to damage from a 500-year flood. Proposed action is in an area potentially affected by sea level rise, and the proposed action may increase the vulnerability of human or ecological communities to the following: drought, extreme temperature extremes, extreme storms, landslides, coastal erosion, stormwater flooding, or other climate or weather hazards. I'm recommending you can say no or small impact to all those. And
Yeah.
therefore, the answer is no.
no?
Agree.
Great.
Can I have a vote on that? So we make a,
I'll make a motion to vote no on 19.
for both 19 and 20,
I second it.
and there would be no's.
No's.
No.
And you have public comments that you should look at the impact on disadvantaged communities.
Okay,
Ready.
so I have a motion. Second was you, Helena?
Yes.
I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Oh,
Dave, we good?
good.
Motion is passed. Okay. Jeff,
Yes.
I'll start out and, we'll can, jump in here. I wanted to start on general scoping considerations under 4. There was a proposed revision, paragraph here that prior to any technical analysis by the applicant, notably but not limited to such analysis for the hydrogeology study, as well as any of the other 7 potential impact categories noted above in 3.0, the applicant will meet with representatives of the planning board, including the town engineer or town planner, to agree on the analysis methods to be used. All agreements and any disagreements on methods to be used will be explained in the DEIS under the relevant impact categories. And my suggestion here is that rather than having a general statement regarding technical analysis that doesn't say who it is that we're going to agree with on a particular technical analysis, that we put into the categories that need a technical analysis, who it is that we're meeting with and is going to sign off. So, and that may be different for different categories. But for instance, in the groundwater resources, we already have mentioned a hydrogeologic study, and it says in that category, for instance, under existing resources, the final scope of the hydrogeological study will be made by the applicant in consultation with the town engineer, with approval by the planning board. So, you know, I think that's an example of what we would want to see here rather than a general statement. Just so we're being more specific about which analyses are going to be used and who we're meeting with today.
Correct. So, more specificity in each section where we're proposing meeting.
If there's going to be a technical analysis.
Yeah,
Do you
right.
have a proposed list of the sections you want referred to?
I don't, but we could provide that after. I mean, we could step through them now. I mean, Probably A, which is groundwater resources. We've already talked about, a water study there. Aesthetic resources, there's text in here already about, the vantage points from which the photo simulations are gonna be done. Possibly historic and archaeological resources, transportation, noise, we talked about having, measurements in the field, and those are probably the ones. And so, rather than having this catch-all, we'll just take a look at the language there and.
So do you just want to specify those categories, or do you want for each category to state who the people are that would participate in the meeting?
Mark, do you have?
Well, yeah, let's take the hydro study, category A groundwater as an example. We presented a proposed scope for doing the hydro study. Greg, on behalf of the planning board, reviewed it and provided us with comments. And we're prepared to implement a hydro study in response to Greg's comments. This paragraph under section 4 that talks about acceptance by the town engineer and or town planner and planning board. I'm just trying to find out, beyond Greg, is another review and approval needed? Once Greg is satisfied with the scope of the hydro study, is that sufficient on behalf of the planning board?
No.
And
Why is that?
the scope that was provided was not sufficient. I have substantial comments.
Well, your technical representative, though, has provided us with comments. And you're representing that's not the end of it.
Right.
Have we seen the comments from Greg?
I don't know if he finalized. Did you finalize?
He
I think
did.
he sent a letter back.
Greg, on the hydrogeological study for this, where are you with the scope?
You're muted.
Well,
Muted.
I'll give you an example. I know I'm not Craig, but I'll give you an example of what I picked up on the hydrogeologic study that maybe we didn't give enough input, but one, he recommended that the testing of other wells 500 feet, and I think it should be a couple at 500 and a couple at 1,000 feet because of just the way water does or doesn't travel. So that was one comment that I had. And I'm sure there were others.
So I think I was really happy with the scope that Meadow Lake put together. And I think that would be a useful boilerplate here in terms of general content, because what that document did is if you could basically lift it and put it in the EIS and the methods and everything, and then you just write, I mean,
I've lost the thread a little bit. We're at like 4 or 5 different levels on the original question. Adam's question was to go back and sort of specify about these meetings. So the original question was, are we just talking about the actual categories of the thing, or are we also talking about the number of people? And then Mark brought up the specifics of the groundwater and his colloquy with Greg, and then Rick brought up specific questions. And which level are we trying to solve at this point? Because the simplest is just my question to Adam, which was, do you just want to go through the particular areas where we would lay it out, where you want this done, or what? I just need to know what we're doing here, because we have people on every different level, and I don't know what.
So why don't we go through each one of the studies that is probably that is gonna occur?
if I may.
Yeah.
I am reticent to do that. Because if we establish that person A and planning board sign off, does that then preclude us from later requiring additional review? Because maybe you get into the weeds on a technical issue and you don't have the expertise and you need to bring someone in. And does that not preclude us from requiring something like that? And so oftentimes with these types of analyses, you don't always know what you're gonna find until you start looking. And sometimes you can have unexpected findings and you may need to adapt, and I just don't want to back us into a corner.
Well, especially for tonight, it's 9:45, so what can we accomplish in this conversation that's helpful?
Well, I think, if I may, that for Mark's question, I took away from it there are particular categories where there's some technical expertise that's involved, right? And not
And- yeah,
anyone,
and-
not anyone can scope
And
that.
through
And,
for-
but second, is he coming back to the planning board every time before he can start?
That's our chief
Correct.
concern is that. This, really at this stage with the scope in hand, once it's finalized, we would go away for a while. And prepare the EIS and come back, give you guys a draft. Your technical folks would look at the draft, you guys would look at the draft, you'd have comments, we might have to make some revisions before it goes out for public review. But what we're trying to avoid is, a process where we're writing the DEIS and continuing to show up here to talk to you guys about whether you're satisfied with a particular technical analysis. So really, we would like to go away with a worksheet that allows us to go prepare a DEIS to the extent that we can. And there may be certain things like the hydro study where we want to say, okay, before we start, going out and doing the hydro study, we want to run it by the town engineer for comment, but I don't anticipate a process in which we're back here during the writing of the DEIS on a routine basis to talk to the planning board.
Right, so just for background, this town has taken the approach that the next stage would be a work session with two reps of the planning board.
That's the way it
and
reads.
the appropriate professionals. There's been times when they've authorized that group to decide. And there are other times when they want to hear back. And make a board decision, but it's a one shot.
So what,
If that were, it was, as the compiler here, it was a bit of a compromise approach. There were some board members who wanted to throw a lot of detail in here and tell you exactly what to go do. And others said, no, let's talk about it. And we can be more general at this point. So the approach that's worked here, emphasized by Jennifer's background, is that there would be one or a couple work sessions, out of which, as chairman, the board could authorize that group to make the decision or not.
well, that's what we've done in the past, rather than having. And so I think what's important is to agree, what are the studies that are gonna be done that needs our input from our experts? I heard hydro, I heard noise, we left out lighting, traffic.
I would say the groundwater, which is the hydrogeological study,
That's
the aesthetic resources and
True.
transportation.
right.
I would argue noise and light are guided by your code.
Groundwater is also sewage.
Your code tells
Right,
you exactly
yes,
what you're
groundwater
supposed to do.
is sewage.
I would like to look at the noise analysis methodology.
Which,
So I wouldn't say follow the code, I'd wanna look at the methodology for the noise analysis.
But
you're a blind court.
there's, can I just clarify what Mark stated? Mark was asking, not about this, correct me if I'm wrong, Mark, you were asking about not this scoping document that we're currently reviewing. You were specifically had a question about the hydroscope.
Well, to the extent that it's part and parcel to the preparing a DEIS.
Yes,
So, we had outlined the scope as requested by the planning board for a hydro study, and Greg was able to furnish us with comments on that. I was of the understanding that interchange find what's needed for a hydro study, and that would be acceptable also in the DEIS context.
No,
no, I don't think the planning board members, I know I still have to drill down as this gentleman.
And I recall referencing previous, but
Yeah.
I understand we're getting out.
If it's in any way helpful to get to Adam's point, the way it reads right now is that the applicant will meet with representatives of the planning board, including the town engineer. It doesn't say, planning board meeting, and so the question for the board is, Adam's worried that we're contemplating coming back before the board, but that's not what it actually says. It's basically, we'd form a small committee of some sort with some representatives. And it's really what you're trying to get at, that we're not gonna come back for a planning board meeting and a vote of the whole
So we
board.
can change the language to,
Well, it's there, the language is currently there, unless you want to specify. this town might
I
have to
think
come back to the board.
Dave Church's explanation of the way that the town has done it in work sessions is. I think is workable, right?
Yeah.
So
Okay.
to have one or two work sessions where we're sitting down and saying, here are the technical means and methods that we're gonna approach. We can, and how we're gonna approach these technical analyses, and to have a conversation with the town and get sign off. Is fine.
Well, and if I could add, like, my inspiration for this was kind of thinking about how to get from draft to draft, final scope to draft EIS. With the idea being that particularly for the technical analyses, if we establish an agreed upon methodology now in the work group, assuming that's okay with everybody, then effectively can copy paste that as your methodology for the draft EIS. Then we would review the findings, and that gets you to the draft EIS with our buy-in along the way, hopefully reducing the amount of comments once you get to the draft stage.
I think that makes sense.
Okay.
How do you propose asking us the question, who do you want to be part of this meeting with us, meaning you guys?
I think it's up to you. I just didn't want it to be open-ended in nature. It sounds like it's not going.
So
do we?
It would be two members, Greg and me.
So Dave, can you,
If you follow past custom.
so Dave, can you be the go-to person with, when Adam says we're ready to do the noise study, he goes to you, and then we just
Figure out.
quickly
what's
decide
best. Yeah.
who to go to, all right?
Or hopefully we could bundle it.
Yeah.
We could bundle the group of items in all be.
That's my hope.
So Adam, why don't you use Dave as the person to bounce this stuff off of, and then he'll talk, he knows who here has the expertise, and he'll take care of assigning them or whatever, letting me know.
I think some of us are already.
That's all.
Well, I think we have our work, I think we have our work group, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, we could do.
Yeah.
So do we need any
Like it
change in
or
language
not.
here?
No, it's fine.
Okay,
My next comment was on right above Roman numeral 3. There's a new letter E that deals with consistency with town special use and site plan criteria. So I think that it's appropriate for the DEIS to list out what the standards are that for which the project is going to be applying, but it would not be typical in a DEIS to provide an explanation or an argument as to why this project meets those special use and site plan criteria. Happy to have that discussion, but you know, typically that would be the next step after the secret review is done, is that we would then talk about how those criteria apply. So we would want to take out that second half of that, the second clause there where it says, and provide a summary explanation of the consistency with those criteria.
I don't have an opinion on that one.
I see it
By the
both-
way,
I
that's
see
where
it
you
both ways,
plug in
Adam.
your safety question.
I see your point.
There's one example, yeah.
Sorry, what's your
See-
example?
You can pose it and go, are you there?
Yeah, no, I understand it. I
I'm just
understand
pointing
the
out
question.
that would be where you could get to your safety question, David, if you want.
Right, yeah,
Because those criteria include public safety.
yeah.
It's an odd request because usually I'm looking it up now, but the site plan approval criteria are typically some expression of certain environmental issues, like consistency with traffic and things like that. And also typically a seeker review, an EIS or even, part 3 gives the board information sufficient to, and all the agencies, information sufficient to go through their permitting procedures. So if all we're doing here is asking for the EIS to contain information that addresses the site plan review criteria, it sounds odd to say, no, we shouldn't do that in the EIS, we should do it after the EIS is done and when we start looking at site plans. So I'm just wondering what the thought process
I'm not
is.
saying you might not have substantive information in here that deals with those criteria, but it's not. This won't be the place where we make our argument that this project meets the site plan criteria. This will be the place where we identify any adverse impacts that need mitigation.
And in some cases, the adverse impacts are.
There might be some overlap, but this isn't meant to be, the application for the site plan and special use permit.
I see what you're saying.
To clarify, technically speaking, there are no criteria for site plan approval in the town code, but there are several and special use review criteria for 14055. A, whether the proposed use will be detrimental or a positive impact on adjacent properties for health, safety, and welfare.
Yeah, there's
B,
six-
if the proposed use is judged
six
to
of them.
present detrimental impacts. C, whether the use will have a positive or negative effect on the environment,
So, yeah, it's almost, reiteration.
et cetera, et cetera.
It's just an application of seeker.
There's six of them.
And recently added in the 2024 provisions was F, whether the proposed use has an adequate water supply in terms of quantity and quality.
So it seems to me like what we could do is look at those criteria and make sure we've captured them all in the impact categories. So that it's there,
Yep.
right?
If it's appropriate, sure, and I think in general it is. The issues same with the variance, the issues that are raised in these codes are basically applications of seeker on that, for that particular set of issues, so. I'm not sure why.
So I guess the question was that, does the board just want them listed or explained?
Well, it seems like it would be listed and then making sure we have the right impact categories. And they'd be evaluated under the impact categories and then they roll back into the site plan at the back end.
We will endeavor to make sure that we have a document that's usable by the planning board so that we're not repeating the process when we get there. But
So that being the case, why wouldn't we just leave this alone?
because I feel like we're then using the DEIS to try and convince you that you should grant a permit, and it's not just not typically part of the DEIS.
I view it as more of a gestalt. I'm surprised at the distinction, but it's up, I suppose it's up to the board. I mean, my experience is that a seeker process is pretty much, the cards are out on the table with respect to almost all the issues that the board is concerned about. And one of the things that we've talked about this, one of the things that drives the board's concern is compliance with the requirements for permitting.
I have an idea. You could list, it would split the baby down the middle. You could list,
Figure it out.
you could list the standards for special use criteria. So next to each standard, you could in parentheticals say evaluated in section 1.3 transportation. I'm making stuff up, but you could list them out and then reference where in the EIS it's evaluated. And that would give you. That would meet that.
Quote unquote explanation.
Okay.
So then the only thing we need to do, Dave, is make sure that we actually have all the impact categories identified. We didn't miss something, right?
Correct.
Yeah, the only impact categories would be.
I'm not-
Is for special use,
So I would propose drop site plan because there's.
there is nothing for site plan.
Technically no criteria.
Right.
There's
There is
there's submission requirement in
Right.
site plan.
But there is criteria for special use.
Correct.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
yeah.
So you list them and just cross-reference where they're. Where
Where it's evaluated.
where that topic is discussed in the EIS.
Because it would be weird to have a separate, it's usually by impact categories. It's just an organizational issue.
It would
Yeah,
get to
giving
be
you the
redundant.
roadmap to-
It'd be getting to be redundant language then, right? Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
I would also point out as a practical matter that if in the preparation of DEIS, issues are raised that the public would identify as potential reasons to not grant, let's say, for example, a special use permit because of impact on the neighborhood, we're gonna hear about it. We're gonna
Right.
hear about it in the comments, we're gonna
For
have to deal with it in it's gonna get dealt with in the EIS, whether just as a matter of course. These are all typically environmental, and we're gonna hear about it in the comments, it's gonna affect people's neighborhoods.
The next comment I had was on the addition of reasonable worst case scenario to the subsection heading, so we're just one paragraph, or two paragraphs down here. I think reasonable worst case scenario becomes one of the things that we talk about when we discuss potential impacts rather than being its own fourth category. So it falls under potential impacts, and so what is being described and analyzed under potential impacts is a reasonable worst case scenario. And Mark, I don't know if you had more. If you had questions about there.
Just not knowing what the board had in mind as the reasonable worst case scenario.
So I added that in, and the reason I added that in is because I don't know, because we're not there yet. But I've worked on EISs where your reasonable worst case is different depending on the impact category. So the reasonable worst case for transportation analysis could be different from groundwater. I don't know, I'm kind of making this up, but I put it in there so that if we find that there are different ones for different impact categories, we can explain that clearly, because that can be very difficult for the public to understand. Why is it one thing? Why are you telling me one thing over here and something else over here? So that's why I added it.
I think it makes sense as a concept for analysis, and we would want an environmental document that captures the worst potential reasonable impact, right? So if it's reasonable that you might have, a certain number of campers and some other event happening at the same time, for instance, you'd want to capture that in water use or in traffic or what have you.
So you agree with leaving it here?
No, because we don't want it to be a separate I think the way that this is set out with 1, 2, 3 existing conditions, potential impacts, and then mitigation measures is the way to do it. But
It could be number 2. Existing conditions, reasonable worst case.
I'd like there's a clarification question for where Adam's going. Are we intending each sub area, groundwater, et cetera, to be broken down into this way, or is these 4 meant as a kind of separate category? Because I think if it applies to each letter, I think
yeah,
that's
it's within each letter.
and I think that's right.
Yeah,
When
that's how it's
when you
structured.
drafted, what did? It says the format or organization of this section, should that mean of each subsection here under?
No.
Basically?
It says for each topic or impact issue. So
Oh, yeah, so
Right,
what,
yeah.
so are we there?
no, because we have this set up as a document that has 1, 2, 3 under each of, existing potential mitigation under each of these things. And reasonable worst case scenario is a description,
Potential impact.
it belongs under potential impacts, not as its own
Okay,
standalone.
so potential impact including reasonable worst case scenario?
Not every one of these impact areas is going to have a reasonable worst case scenario, so
Then
like,
you just note that.
Reasonable worst case scenario comment if applicable.
I think we're cutting it pretty fine, but as I get what I hear Adam saying is he doesn't want a separate category, but he wants it as part of potential impacts
So-
for each of the sub areas.
So do that, and if there is no reasonable worst case scenario, we'll just say there is none.
It's applicable. Yeah.
or maybe that concept belongs as its own sentence, in this description. We just didn't want to have it be a separate category.
Or you're saying in the short paragraph under 3,
Yeah,
just put a phrase reference in there.
yeah, so that's how our analyses will be framed.
I think it's fine.
Okay.
You okay with that, Jennifer? Oh, really?
Okay, so do you have a
Was there
specific
specific-
proposal? You just want us to take a crack at it?
It's gonna be
So
important in the
we'll-
methods to
we'll move-
establish.
We'll move that up there
How about-
and if
how about if the word in-
applicable.
How about after the word impact in the first line, potential impacts, including reasonable worst case scenario if applicable? Potential impacts of the action, including reasonable worst case scenario if applicable, and proposed mitigation measures.
Okay,
Is that good?
Yes.
if I can beat you to it on groundwater existing conditions, we've got to reconcile its. The hydrogeological study will be made, final scope will be made by the applicant in consultation we've got now with the engineer with approval of the planning board, which
No, we decided it's not coming back before the.
this is a specific reference on
Oh,
this.
okay.
And it already says in the text with approval by the planning board, so. We could say in consultation with the town engineer and.
Is that good
representatives
enough?
Of the planning board.
Ask the board what they want.
Yeah,
Is with the town engineer good enough?
no, because we have.
You want them to come back to the planning board?
No,
He said we have.
And representatives. of-
Representative.
I like what Adam said with representatives of the planning board.
And, if we're gonna put a fine point on it, I would like to leave some wiggle room in case we, for some reason, we need additional input. So maybe something like, and others if necessary or something like that.
Wouldn't it be good enough to allow whoever's doing this, if they need more input, they just do it?
I think so.
No, but what I'm saying, is I don't wanna make it seem like the town engineer and the planning board reps are the only people that can review. They are the ones that will review. However, if for some reason additional experts need to be consulted, that's also okay.
You guys
Why
need to
would
have
just leave
somebody
it
in a
on?
work session, we're not gonna point to this
Okay,
paragraph and say you can't bring them.
okay.
I also want to point out that we're doing a lot of work here with respect to the hydrogeologic study. But the discharge of wastewater section is pretty bare bones, and I would think that that's going to require at least as much attention.
You know, I noticed that, but I guess my opinion on it is that the hydrogeologic study is what is what informs that combined with the number of people, the water
Okay.
distance.
In regards, Dave, to your comment right there, perhaps a statement referencing what we talked about earlier, a map showing the proposed increase in sewage outflow, or a map depicting the sewage outfalls and projected gallons per day to each septic. This is. The last sentence says the campus served by existing subsurface disposal systems that are authorized under a state pollutant discharge. Configuration and ability of the current septic system to properly discharge wastewater will be examined in the DEIS. We could flesh it out, i.e. the way Rick was mentioning earlier, where we wanted to see what this, because of the change in some of the buildings. We don't, I don't think the mini golf had a sewage, had any bathrooms, so how do we? I think that can be fleshed out a little bit more to be more specific.
Well,
Or
there's
no.
two ways. One is more language, as you're saying. The other is just what we've been talking about the whole time, which is to
Okay.
put together make sure that there's a meeting so that the technical basis for that analysis is something that representatives of the planning board have weighed in on, because we do have language for we're talking about language on that, for the hydrogeologic study. But the question of, the breakdown of the sewage related issues is just much more bare bones. And I was just saying, maybe do we want to have a group of people because Adam asked us to specify the categories
right.
that we're doing it in, and we don't have that one.
Can we, Greg, what do you think about that?
I already had a note here. Greg was gonna insert language here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
From
yes,
your map discussion.
Okay.
yes.
Got it.
Okay.
And then let's say for each system / outfall or whatever it is, and if we want to include a map, I think that's probably helpful.
Yes, we need to, because.
But I'm speaking specifically
changes
about
on the
the
property.
consultation process.
I'm not sure that there's a consultation process for this specific one. I think it's gonna be, the hydrogeologic study is gonna drive the water use, and then I'm not sure that there is a technical analysis other than to ensure that what's listed for the wastewater is, what it can handle.
Well,
Well, wait a minute.
Wait
I
a
don't
minute,
think that
the
the
map-
hydrogeologic study alone informs the wastewater discussion.
the permit, the Speedy's permit is based on that 2012 map. That depicted 7 outfalls with such and such rooms with such and such occupancy.
Right.
There is a change now. Because we're up, that was, I forget how many, now we're up to 770, so I think we need to see what the. Proposed increase to the outfalls, we'll have to come up with, I'll see what Greg has and we'll come up with some.
Isn't that what the last sentence anticipates that the configuration and ability of the septic system to properly discharge wastewater will be examined in the DEIS.
Right.
Yeah,
So if
but
that-
let's see what Greg has offered some language. I don't have that in front of me. So I'm just commenting.
Can I-
That might be fleshed out a little bit more.
I want to throw out a technical question here, because I may not understand it fully. We've been we've had a number of opinions on the overall total water use per person per day. And, I think we're gonna revisit that in part of this, but also if we're talking about separate outfall, I mean, suppose the number for total water use per person per day on average was 40 gallons per day per person. Problem is that person who's using 40 gallons is using some of them in the dining hall, and then they're going back to their dorm or going to take a shower or whatever else. So my question is, as we start to look at these separate outfalls, are we gonna get into complications of breaking down that number to where the person uses water in different areas, and we're essentially disaggregating that overall number that we're gonna have to discuss? And so are we gonna need a group of people to agree on those numbers as well? And how much does a dorm use? How much do the showers use?
It's a really good
The
question.
original permit does, the 2012.
But
If you wanna look at it
the
to side-
2012 permit, Greg, would you like to comment on this? Because the 2012 permit, the map that the permit is predicated on discusses and shows how many rooms and et cetera, and how many gallons per outfall. How many gallons are discharged each outfall? That's
But
part
and
and
the question
parcel of the
is the
map.
proposed use going to exceed that? And my point is, you're no longer looking at that overall number, which we've been bouncing back and forth. You're looking at a partial number. Because the person who's 40 gallons a day per person is using some of those in the dining hall, and they're using some of those in the shower, and some of those in the mikveh, and some of those in other places.
But you're saying in that document it has an output per
It
to
shows,
each
yeah,
to each septic system.
correct.
So
No? Greg?
No, not really, because the 2012 document does split food dining use separate from occupancy use. But now we're talking about splitting shower use from dining use, from occupancy use, from I think that's maybe it. But we're talking about, well, laundry use, which was a whole nother discussion.
yeah,
So there's now you're looking at having to evaluate and analyze the use per area or per building or per occupancy to each specific outfall.
Right. And so the question for tonight is, do we just want to insert a sentence saying that we're gonna provide the same, ability for the technical people to meet and nail this down as we do for other areas that Adam wanted to specify, which we're doing?
I think that's.
Yep.
You're good with that, Greg?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Then
we're
that would-
we're not solving it tonight, but we're putting it in place a
Yes.
process to get to.
Yeah, that bingo, like I said. Yeah, that's my thought.
Well, so does language have to be inserted in the scoping document, or are we just agreeing to meet to flesh out?
I think
Well, Adam, half an hour ago, he wanted the language for the specific impact areas, so I think the answer is that it would be, for this particular question, I think it would be pretty what's the right word, apparent or blatant if it wasn't there, and I think for the reasons that we just said, I think we need something like that, otherwise it's not gonna work out well. So.
Well, I think I relented at the end though, after hearing Dave describe, the work session process. So I think that language is staying in about meeting with board representatives.
Oh, so
I'm not sure we need to
Okay,
now
Okay,
go into.
all right.
each section.
okay.
Cool. So as long as we're clear then that process may need to be followed for this particular subcategory.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
The scope of that evaluation will be part of that process.
Okay.
That was all I had. I don't know if Mark, you have others.
No, I think they fall into the general discussion moving forward. One thing, for example, under historic and archaeologic resources, there was an insert that said alternative building designs and locations. And, you know, you could go crazy here with analyzing alternatives and alternative locations. That language is written is fine in the scoping document. Given the path forward, we're gonna meet and agree on under, for example, under this category, well, what alternative designs? We've already presented designs along the way, have downsized the building. I don't believe there's other locations that are better than the one that's selected, but we can talk about that. The question I have is, does the scoping document need more detail than what's presented here? And given that we're gonna meet, clarify some of these things, I think the scoping document's fine. It doesn't need more language.
There was substantive comment from the public to date at which this was drafted that wanted the board to be considering alternative design and location.
Specifically, well, we will do that. The question is, do we?
I mean, I don't,
One more thing.
it was repetitive, it was recurring, public comment.
The comment went something along the lines of including and not limited to, my words, but taking down some existing buildings, moving functions from building to building, using space that's not currently utilized, like the ball fields in the back. There was comments to that of that sort in terms of alternatives. So it wasn't just assuming that the alternatives were going to be where the two alternatives have appeared, namely on that knoll along Cherrytown Road. So those were the kind of comments we got from the public. I don't know how to put that into something in the scope so that they give us more than just the alternatives that we've seen. I think that was the intent of those comments. The public felt they've seen alternatives. They're not happy with those alternatives. Is this board happy or not? And do we want to see other alternatives that are more draconian?
And also, if we do, how do we get there? Do we want to specify them ourselves, or do we want to, I mean,
Right.
that's kind of.
Well,
the
taking
general-
the Schoonmaker House, which is the obvious resource, right, it's on the National Register. It'd be fairly easy for anyone, including the applicant, to document. If the proposal can be seen in season or out of season from the Schoonmaker House or the nearby property. And if it can, just changing it a little, moving it a little, I think that's what the public was getting at. Make a difference. I don't know if there's an impact to begin with.
Yeah, 2 miles away.
If it was evidence there was an impact, you could see it.
Isn't also the issue from the view from Cherrytown Road?
Well, this is specific historic and archaeological, it's breaking up.
Is that what you're referring to?
Cherrytown Road is
Yeah,
not
I
a
was-
designated historic feature.
No, but we're talking about how it fits in the neighborhood.
Or, well, that's a different category, but true.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I got it right, Mark, that
Well, yeah, I was just looking at the language that was inserted under historic and archaeologic.
Okay,
And, you know, understanding we've already had SHPO make a determination that the project as proposed did not represent any adverse impacts to proximate historic structures and archaeologic resources.
Mark, I thought you were, how does this relate to category V, which is 5 alternatives, D and E? I thought that's what you're referring to. I apologize if I missed that, but in general, the alternatives, we require an alternative building design, et cetera. And this grew out of conversations that we've been having that I had with Jeff now 4 or 5 months ago or whatever, where, the idea is to try to, at least my idea, I'm not sure if the board agrees, was to try to come up with an alternative layout that would reduce the visual impact to the community. In particular, I was thinking Cherrytown Road. That may not be correct, but it wasn't my the idea I was thinking wasn't specific to the historic impact. It was just, can we do this in a way? I mean, we've committed to, to permit a building that has a capacity for the entire camp population in one sitting. The question is there a better design mechanism and can, you know, how do we have that conversation? And that's what this represents. So how
Well,
do
also, has that been explored?
Has
I
it been
think,
what?
has that been explored? I can kind of understand how we've gotten here, because often within this presentation process, when you have a building that has a big impact in this way, there's a discussion about, we also looked at alternative ways of making this building either fit or another location. But, you know, there's an exercise of mitigating its impact by looking at other sites or. And
actually moving it.
Yeah, so as part of the process. And we haven't had any of that within this process, so I think that's what this.
Just to be
concern-
clear for
On our end, we definitely have. I mean, over 6 months, we probably changed this building about 8 times. And shrunk it and lowered it.
That's
and
exactly
swung
my
around.
point, because what we've seen is a sort of attempting to make minor changes to this building in its location at the moment, as opposed to saying, well, we did investigate placing it in another place on the site, but that didn't work for whatever reason. So, you know,
I agree with
and often within the design process, these are the things that are presented to the board. We haven't had any of that information. So I think that's where this kind of comes out of, is born out of that. And then we're kind of looking at it backwards.
And I was always thinking more in terms of just an alternative layout, like, because we were looking at a presentation that, at least at the time, I'm not sure what it is now, but it was about 220 feet wide. And however high it was, and I don't remember ever getting to a point that significantly reduced that, if that's possible. And so it was just a kind of the more work we can do, and I told you this, the more work we can do to reduce that visual presentation, the less it's gonna be a problem.
Right.
And I specifically remember asking if there were options to move the building away from the road so that it wouldn't be as visible, and
As an example.
that request was declined by the applicant, so.
We've
here's a
asked that
great-
section, that.
Here's a great
numerous
opportunity where we can explore that, and if for whatever reason that's not feasible, at least then you have
I
a
understand
document.
it.
It's
Yeah.
explainable, this is why we cannot do this, rather than just saying we don't want to.
So the
That's how
question
people
for
interpret it,
tonight
we don't want
is,
How to-
is there a language in the scope that moves us in a better direction than what we have now? Or including a procedure to have a meeting or something like that, or have architects, you know, chat with each other or something. What's the best way to move forward, given the starting point with this language that I'm looking at in section 5, sub B and A?
I mean, I don't know how much the board looked at it, because in between one meeting and the other, when you made a determination to put a positive deck on this, we did submit a set of plans that clearly and significantly reduced the aesthetic view of this building from Cherrytown Road. And left significant more trees and other ways to block it, to the point where instead of being straight like this, it's really curved with a bigger portion in the back than in the front. And I don't know if you've really taken a good look at that, but it was a significant.
Well, Jeff, do you have a
change.
reduction in the width along Cherrytown Road to go along with that? 'Cause I'm.
Oh, yeah.
Significant.
What's right now, they broke the elevation into 2 pieces, right?
Yeah, and then we.
Well, yes, articulated more. What, do you know what the number is in terms of the width?
David.
Well,
I don't think
Why
it's
don't we
relevant.
discuss it? It's irrelevant right now. We're going in the woods now.
Well, what
I think if you were to,
It's a
in a
10.6.
narrative and visual form, present what you've done. It's a conditional clause. It will evaluate if any additional mitigations or measures are warranted, including but not limited.
Yeah.
Or, so if they're not warranted, you'll make the case, right?
Well, also, I'm not writing this, but for alternatives. You can always put in what the original building was, if the 50,000 square feet. And for your alternative, you can put in
Mhm.
the building that you just mentioned.
Right.
So the work's already,
Yeah.
basically, I've already done the work.
Yeah,
That's basically a reduction in height. Is that what you're mostly referring to, making it a little bit lower?
it was, we did everything. We lowered it, we reduced the square footage, we knocked out the basement.
Right.
And again, we swiveled it, which
Okay.
quite frankly was the recommendation of the chair. That's where we came up with that concept.
Okay, Bill, then, well, do we need any different language here, or, I mean, are we looking in the same place?
Yeah.
I'm
I
in
don't-
section 5.
I mean, and-
Jeff, I don't
I mean, I
remember.
don't wanna write it for them, but if they were to move it in the back, that will introduce a visual impact of the Schoonmaker house as well as proximity to the cemetery.
If I,
So we're gonna, it's a,
It's pros and cons.
if I read the public correct, there were a lot of specific comments. Why can't we put it on the baseball, in the baseball fields in the back? Why can't we put it back by the walking path in the back? Why can't we put it here? Why can't we take buildings down? So if I were you, and I'm not, and thank you, I don't remember recommending that change, but
I listened to every word you said.
I'll take credit for it. But if you were to say, in addition to that, we've heard other, if this is the case, we've heard other places to put it, here's why it doesn't work.
Yeah,
It'll
the major
interfere,
reason again.
it'll
for
interfere
building
with the
where it
parking of
is-
buses.
Is the truck traffic also. They
It'll
don't wanna
interfere with truck
take big
traffic.
Trucks and running through the community.
So
And the
we may
front.
disagree with your rationale, but
Right.
if you were to include, you can't put it here because of trucks. You
Right.
can't put it there because of buses, you can't put it because it's sitting on the main well,
Right.
I don't know.
Mhm.
That's where I think
Right.
what the board is looking for.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think the language needs to be changed.
You do, or you don't do.
I don't.
Well, maybe Schoonmaker, you're right, because it's a cheaper letter.
Yeah.
If it's a Schoonmaker, it can be removed.
But there, we also received a letter from the town historical, right?
The town's
The cemetery.
historical letter only talked about the cemetery, yeah.
Schoonmaker.
I mean, we're only talking, I just
2
knew
miles
that there were
away.
two entities that commented.
no, there's multiple Schoonmaker.
Yeah, I was just gonna say,
The Schoonmaker is the stone house on Sampsonville Road that's right next door to the property.
Right.
And not to debate, but the entire parcel got listed by the National Register, in the 60s, so it's not just the house, it's the whole parcel.
Ah, okay, because how
What they used to do-
how so away?
No, I think it's for sale, actually, right?
It is for sale.
It is for sale.
yeah,
Or
all the old.
Yeah.
The stone house could be in here.
Oh, absolutely, yes, it's from hurricane, right?
But yeah, they used to put the whole parcels on the register, they don't do
Oh, I
that stuff
see.
anymore.
Okay.
It, which is complicated things, because that parcel's pretty good size. It
Yes,
wraps-
yes, yeah.
Wraps around the back of their.
Adam, what else you got?
That's it, I think.
Alrighty then, alrighty.
So I guess Rick, we've got, last call for comments, right?
Mills
You and I
Claus
will
about
go
to
through
give you
public
money.
comments.
And then,
Greg will give us some language.
yes,
I might give you a second.
Oh, of course,
Yeah.
you're all invited.
and I think, Dave, if you and I can get another draft done by the end of this week, if possible,
Yeah.
to get it out to these folks and to the board.
Could we take one more look at it before we send it back, just to make sure?
Sure.
Absolutely.
Because then if we have other comments, it messes them up because they're looking at
You're right.
whatever.
The board should see it first before.
Yeah.
But I'd like to have something that we're all satisfied is a final draft scoping document by this time next week.
Yeah.
You want to vote the 27th, correct?
Yeah, which gives us another week after next Monday. So we get 2 Mondays. We have to vote on the 27th.
I mean, there weren't major comments to
No.
that, so I'm hopeful.
No, they weren't.
It's straightforward.
The board,
So, well, what are you talking, end of the week, we get something out to
yes,
the board?
the board first.
First thing that, the following week, we get it to everybody else?
We get to everybody else. We post it to Muni Collab. And we will actually be early. We won't have to be scrambling.
Great. Jesus.
We won't be scrambling in the weekend before.
Have we sorted out the mystery of the EMD? Do we have to put it, the final in the
I think you and I
notice
agreed,
bulletin?
I think you and I agreed, well, let's see, what did we agree to? I don't remember. I think you're missing.
Counselors,
I'll look it up, see 17.12, so where it would be, right?
we have to post the final scope, probably.
No, I think we said we didn't,
I don't think we have to do.
not
that.
the EMB. No.
I think the question, the EMB was actually for Verizon, Dave.
Island distribution documents.
Oh, that project.
We're talking about final scope, right?
I don't think we, no, I don't know. I'll let you look.
I mean, we have to post it, but I don't think you notice it.
Sorry, Jeff.
We have to post it, but I don't think you have to notice the final scope. You just send it to your repositories or whatever.
We'll find out.
617.12, I don't see it.
All right, so we're gonna say no.
What does the other
Wait.
secret attorney say?
Late breaking news.
I don't have the regs in front of me.
Notice of draft
Good
and final
response.
scopes and completion of the EIS must be posted in the ENB in the manner prescribed by the department. C1, 617.12 C1.
Okay,
Notice of a type 1 neg deck, condition negative deck, positive deck, draft and final scopes and completion of an EIS must be published in the ENB.
Okay, so there you go.
so that'll go in the Wednesday after your meeting.
Yes,
So,
and that's fine.
if we, once we vote on it, yeah.
And then, okay,
Or actually was submitted. Like, remind me, Stacy, they don't,
Doesn't matter. We just vote on it, pass it and submit it and make.
no, I think what Dave is saying, you submit it
don't-
on
yeah,
Wednesday and it's
but
not
it
published.
doesn't go in till a week later.
There's no deadline.
Doesn't-
We won't
it
expect to
doesn't-
see it
doesn't
because
matter.
after the meeting.
I don't know.
Well, it just requires us to publish it in the
It's just to
ENB.
put it in.
Yeah.
We put it in when they publish it is their shtick. Okay.
Yeah.
Would have anything else? Applicant have anything else? Want to thank you guys for the scope
Thank
that
you.
you did was. I'll only speak for myself. I was happy to see it was pretty thorough. The board did a wonderful job at pointing out a whole bunch of things that needed to be changed. Not a whole bunch of things. Few things that needed to be changed, so I appreciate all the work. And all the work that went into it tonight as well. So I think we're in pretty good shape. Dave and I will suss through the public comments and see what we got there.
Thank you.
Good night, guys. Thank you.
Well, thanks for being patient with our little soiree before you came in. Thanks.
What do you do in the winter if you need to send people out?
We sleep here.
Stand outside.
We bring our sleeping bags.
upstate New York.
We consider huddling in the back room.
There's no
but it's
public
nice enough night.
So get in the car and.
All right.
You don't have to.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Good night, everyone.
Hang for a second.
Huh?
Say the board, oh, we still have to close the meeting. I
Wait,
said-
yeah, I wanted to add.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't expect it.
Hang on one second.
Yeah, it's public, yeah.
Okay.
This is just an issue, and I don't expect us to decide anything, but. I'd like to think, because we always talk about how you have to get us the materials 2 weeks before, but then I feel like we consistently kind of let it slide sometimes, because we don't want to slow things down. But I'm observing that sometimes I'm getting kind of crunched with the amount that I need to review and prep for the next meeting, and I find that sometimes I don't get to do a thorough review, which means that it lags and maybe they're already revising it. I feel like it causes problems, and this is a me thing. I'm not.
No, I totally
It's a
agree.
process and we should stay with the
But-
process.
Yeah.
If that's a policy,
and
Being
especially,
consistent is everything.
especially with the workload right now between this one and then Dollar General is gonna come around and we have some other.
And we haven't even gotten in this yet.
Oh, it is back. So anyway,
I need to finish Verizon.
I'm not saying that we should be so rigid that we can't be flexible to get people through, but I also would like more time to review stuff. That's basically it.
So with first student, I felt bad telling them, don't even bother coming tonight again.
I know.
But it's like, okay, you want to come and talk, but it's not gonna make any difference. So it's
Yeah.
like, it's on them.
Yeah,
And I'm not gonna worry, I said, I can't worry about it. I told you guys, I needed 2 weeks ahead of time. I got it 4 days before, 5 days before. And Labella said, we can't do it a legitimate job,
Right.
thankfully.
Right, exactly.
They couldn't do it.
Could you just remind me what happened for the 6 months or whatever? They went away and didn't come back, and now it's landed at our feet, and I don't think we dropped the ball.
For 6 months, they were trying to get it through the building department and then the ZBA, and they mucked that all up.
Can I make a motion to close the meeting?
Yeah, a second.
Yes.